Defining Duke, an Xbox podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support the show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Salutations, everybody. It is Maddie here today, and welcome to episode 290 of Defining Duke, an Xbox podcast. Today, I am joined by Master Chief himself, born on the same day, Lord Cognito. How are you doing today, good sir?
Master Chief approves this message.
Yes.
Lord Cog 117 reporting. We in here. We got things to talk about. You know, it's a big day, big recording day. And brother, I am, like I was telling you before, like I am in a content whirlwind. I am surviving by the seat of my pants. I will apologize in advance. I'm on fumes today. I'm a little hurting. You know what I'm saying? It's just, I just got to get through each day. And again, not complaining. This is the gift of the curse, right? When you get stuff and things are, starting to, and you cool opportunities and access and all that's great. But man, I am flying at the seat of my pants. My hands are on fire. I'm just like, okay, what do we got to do next? I'm like, I was thankful that me and you were able to work out our schedule today the way it was, because it fit perfectly with everything I've been doing the last 3 days. And man, it's been a lot. But also I want to shout out the Games for Change Festival. That was actually really cool. Something I did yesterday. New York City. Super dope. Super shout out to my boy Robert Kellett, who pulled up with me from Lords of Gaming. And it was something I've always wanted to do, and it was really cool. So man, look out for some plug. Look out for some content that I have there. Just I said, interviewing the president of Games for Change, and then what they're doing in New York. Got the home team, but also just in general, what they're doing for student creator empowerment, student programs, and then obviously development scene and stuff like that. And they on it, man. They on it. So far, so good.
Nice. For me, dude, I feel you on the content whirlwind. For me, it's a mixture of like prepping for travel and trying to see how much we got to prep for travel versus like what's going to be out there when we do travel. And sometimes make content while you're out there, but it's also like half a vacation, but I'm also trying not to burn myself out completely. But this has also been a week from like God himself just stepping down from those golden stairs and being like, you have wept for far too long, my child. Today I gift you Fallout. Next week I gift you back compat.
Yes.
I mean, geez, man. All of that bitching and moaning finally.
Bro, I
settling my soul here.
I feel it's like the news announcements have kind of felt like it's your time. Like your suffering is slowly ending with certain things. Because I thought I was like, this is so pro Maddie timeline so far. I'm like, yo, that's what's up.
Yeah, it's been fun, dude. Like ever since Fate of the Old Republic, it just feels like the fate truly has changed. Yes. So we'll see. I mean, I always tell people, I said they got to deliver.
That part.
But it's fun right now, man. No doubt about it. And yeah, in light of everything that's happening, it's like a tough balance. It's like, damn, a lot of people lost their jobs, but also like a lot of overdue things are happening now. So good timing by Xbox, good strategizing by them. But boy, do we have a lot to talk about this week, ladies and gentlemen. We're talking a brand new-ish Halo video game. We're talking Campaign Evolved. Cog and I have played through it, and we're going to dive into that. Of course, we're diving into that Bethesda roadmap. We also have back compat to get into on PC and what that can mean for the future of the Xbox ecosystem. We have your write-ins, and we have so much more to get into today. So thanks for being here, of course. And if you want to join the show, write in like many others did this episode. You can go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. That'll be linked down below, or you could just search it up yourself if you're on the go. We get early ad-free access on Thursdays for our episodes. Otherwise, we'll see you on Sundays, whatever place you want to listen to podcasts on, audio feeds, YouTube. We're there for you. We appreciate your support, just like we do with Brinsley's Logic. Right. Hey, Dukes, got to call you all to the front of the congregation for some parasocial health is wealth here. What do we do, Cog? Are we in trouble here?
You sound like me in trouble.
Yeah, it sounds like we're in some trouble here. It says, outside of a very few IP, I've never been a keen fan of Xbox, but you guys keep me coming back every week. You inspire, you enlighten, but you also push back. You remain authentic and opinionated, champions of not just staying on top of physical health, but also mental well-being. I know y'all don't do well with the glow up, but take it. It's deserved. Have a 23 seconds of silent raw Matty Joy on Bethesda Newsday kind of day.
That's awesome.
Yeah, sometimes I often hit the video like pedal to the metal, but just I had no words, man. Just, that was it. It was just silence and smiles.
Vibrant, smile. Like I said, when we get Smiley Matty, I'm telling you, man, it hits different. It hits different. People resonate. People really can relate because we know all the suffering that led prior. So when there's something good that happens as a result of the end, there's all the end of suffering. It's like, yeah. Nah, but salute to Grizzly Logic, man. I appreciate that. I appreciate the you giving us those flowers. And yeah, I know we kind of struggle sometimes to take it calm. I know I do. I can speak for myself sometimes. But yeah, we do need to kind of appreciate it and do more of kind of like celebrating our W's and stuff. I'm actually trying to be better about that. Somebody spoke to me, was like, because I feel like I got a ego. I don't want to be braggadocious, but they were like, no, bro, you did this, put this out there. So I've been doing a little bit more on that on like social media and the LinkedIn's and stuff. Just when you do something cool or something that you appreciate, put it out there kind of thing. But thank you, Grizzly Logic. That means a lot, man, especially the pushback stuff too as well.
Same, dude. Like I totally feel you on that, but also like just trying to express more about the things I really do like. It's difficult now. I've realized how difficult it is nowadays because I'm so ready for people to tell me like why they don't like it or why they hate it. And I don't really conform to it. I never cared, but like I've just realized it can be such a suppressant to sometimes celebrate even the small things and like be excited about them. I'm just like, nah, dude, I don't really want to live my life like that anymore. But I feel you on that, where it's like I have a reluctance to share my content all the time on like social media.
Absolutely.
Hey, we did this cool thing. Like, come check it out. Cause I'm just always like, I definitely fear a level of rejection on some level. Not that it tells me, but you just never want to be like, who cares, bro? You fucked up. It's like, all right, I'm just gonna like try to quietly do this over here. If you think it's cool, like you can share it.
Yeah.
But we appreciate this, Brinsley. Thank you. It's definitely tough at times, but we, to celebrate, but we appreciate it. And we're trying to do better ourselves. So thank you for that, man.
No doubt.
Squint Eastwood. Right. Hey, Dukes, this is kind of a health is wealth news crossover. In a recent interview, Cliffy B opened up about his struggle with alcoholism and how it contributed to and then was exacerbated by his decline in the video game industry. I know all too well how crippling the addiction can be and how helpless it can feel when you're trying to get out of the cycle. I spent a while trying to think of some question to pose to you guys, but honestly, nothing really felt appropriate. So instead, I'd just like to give a shout out to Cliff on 4 months of being sober. That's a huge accomplishment that he should be immensely proud of. While Cliff has a reputation for being a lot, he created one of the franchises nearest and dearest to the Xbox community, and that alone deserves respect. I, for one, hope that Cliff's newfound clarity will lead to a new and unforgettable moment in video games yet to come. To everyone in the LSM community struggling with alcohol or any addiction, know that you are not alone. Every day is a new opportunity to start anew, and I'm rooting for you all. It's very nice, Squint. We appreciate you, man. This is a powerful story he shared, and this is the type of comeback stuff we need to root for, man. Like, this is a guy who went through a lot of shit, and he's coming around, and he's getting the itch to get back into game development. Like, that's someone who I want to see succeed. Like, they're open about their struggles, and they're celebrating defeating them, and they're looking to make that next step and do it in a way that they would consider healthier. And so I'm wishing him all the best, dude. Like, that's a tough story to share. So kudos to him, because it's going to help a lot of people out.
Yeah, shout out to Cliffy, man. I knew some of this. Obviously, I have his book, and got a chance to talk to him a few times. And his level of self-awareness, where he's at right now, I like this pocket he's in, really reflecting back. Because I remember we interviewed him, and he kind of was like, yo, I was with some arrogant young rock star, you couldn't tell me type energy. And then when me and him really bonded is I didn't realize he was a hip hop dude. And he one of his old school hip hop idols is Ice-T. And there's a song that one of my favorite songs is one of his favorite songs called New Jack Hustler. And the energy from New Jack Hustler, like, he was like, Carl, I used to listen to all I used to come into the building, you know what I'm saying? Or Epic, or, or that type of time. And I'm the dude, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I would snatch everybody. Nobody can't mess with me in here. He was on that.
Wow.
And I was like, ooh, like, I get it. You know what I'm saying? So it was a young, vibrant, cocky energy, I know what I'm doing. I got the hottest IP in the game. Everything I do, you know what I'm saying? And then he was talking about obviously the humbling, right? And what happens after and stuff like that, how it really took him to a different place. But to see where he's at now is super dope. And you can only root for Cliffy B, man. That's one of our luminaries, our legends. And I hope he finds that peace in whatever he's doing, man. Because he's got he's a lot to share, a lot to contribute to the industry.
Absolutely. So best of luck to him and congrats to him on his sobriety and also just looking to get back into making great games. Michael has a writing here. Let's change tunes here a bit. He says, I've been noticing an uptick in lately. It used to be mainly COG, but now Maddie is doing it a lot. And Maddie, it seems to me, is sexualizing it. I just want to make sure you're aware of this. Love the podcast otherwise. Have you noticed an uptick in
I have noticed your uptick in ums.
Okay.
I just think it's a byproduct of when you with your homie and we both pick up our what's that word? Idioms are things that we do, right?
Yeah.
Because I noticed what's the joint I get from you?
Oh no, what do you get from me?
Yeah, I'm noticing I'm doing some Maddie-isms. You know,
I know Dustin told me when we did ham radio for a while, he started to do beautiful. Yeah. Apparently that's a Maddie thing. I didn't know this, but I do like when I'm like someone tells me something's like, yeah, hey Matt, it's good to go now. I'm like, beautiful, like that. And I do like the hand gesture and everything. Apparently that's a me thing. And Dustin's like, I started doing it, but like that's the only Maddieism I truly know about.
A Maddieism is like, you know, you like, but hey, like it's like you have like these little word separators before you about to get into your point, and I noticed I start mimicking. And I was like, oh, and then obviously I can control it. Like the thing with me is, if I'm a podcast, I'm gonna have fun, right? So I'm like, when someone says something that resonates, I gotta give you the okay. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just a thing. I get excited. And sometimes the new thing I'll do, because I know it's so bad, it's such a faux pas. So I'll mute myself, but being that I mute myself, I can't. Then I'm miming because what it's me wanting to do the I can't do it because I don't want to disrupt the flow of the podcast. So now I'm doing this.
Now I immediately understood what you were saying, because when you it started talking about the I went to go do it just impulsively, and I was like, oh, I'm about to do it, and like I immediately just felt this internal urge to like throw my arms in the air now because I'm like, I can't
because I can't do what I want to do, so that it expresses in that way. It's just excitement and stuff like that. But I try to be better. Some people are like, I get distracted by COG with the visa, but some people love it. They're like, nah, COG, keep doing it. It is what it is.
I think I picked up on it because it's like a very active listening thing. And I like to make sure, especially when we're podcasting for so long, you know, like I'm listening to you and I hear you, and there are things you're saying that I like, I agree with that. Or that's like, he just hit a bar. Like,
exactly.
Like I think about it like COG sending texts, right? He's hitting, like, if he's on one of his rants or something, he's hitting a line over and over. Am I emphasizing the text? Like, pay attention to that one. You know,
facts. Again, me being a hip hop guy, like I know where it originates from. Like we used to freestyle, right? So if you coming in, yo, man, I got a hot 16. Yeah. I'm like, you say a slick bar, I'm like, okay. That's where that comes from. I get excited. I'm like, that means whatever you said, you resonate. You killed that. So it's like you said, active listening, giving that positive reinforcement to my co-host that he's killing it. You know what I'm saying? So it's fun. I love that stuff.
Yeah, it definitely gets me like I'm on fire right now.
Yeah, keep going. Like, and then it makes a more fun podcast to me. I'm all about fun. Why y'all gonna let me? I am a big child. I am silly, and I like to have fun. Because who wants to do a boring podcast? Like, to me, it's like, we're gonna do this. Let's have some fun. You know what I mean?
No, I agree. I agree completely. I feel like that's the main reason people have hung with us, because like there's just been so many weeks where, I mean, there's been weeks there's nothing happening, but there's weeks where everything's on fire, and I don't blame people for being like, hey, dude, like I'm just gonna go spend my time with something else right now. So I feel like, it's one of those things where like all I've got is my personality at the end of the day. You know, it's not the looks keeping you here. It's like I'm a good time.
And the biggest compliment I notice we get, if we got to look at the ratio, a lot of it is non-Xbox guys that are like, I'm here for y'all. Remember when we were even discussing, right? Like, yo, what do we do? Multi-platform strategy was approaching past regime, right? We're like, yo, guys are like, bro, we here for y'all. Dudes are like, I ain't had an Xbox in years, but I'm rocking with the Dukes. I'm like, wow, that means a lot.
Yeah. Well, I'd like to update you on something here, Kai. I don't know if you caught a certain Mr. Matty video, but JP's got the right in here. He says, "Howdy, Dukes. Maddie, aka Milo Thatch. Great work on the recent Fallout videos, but can we address the drip for a minute? Maddie gets some hype Fallout news, and all of a sudden, Maddie's moving different. To think how far we've come from early high school age Maddie to the infamous Genshin Impact review bra pit stop. We've now entered the Debonar era for Maddie, where he's looking like the main character on a deep sea Atlantis expedition. Cog, did you know your boy had this in him? Thanks, and have a +1 perception kind of day." Now, first off, have you seen this video?
I have not seen this video.
Okay.
So I got to see this video. This particular one I've missed.
Okay, no problem.
Okay.
I want to make sure it's clear because I wanted to explain how we got here.
Okay, let's go.
So I made a video called "I Investigated Obsidian's New Fallout Video Game," right? And it's this 30+ minute psychotic deep dive into any quote from Sawyer, Fergus, Avalon, Todd, anyone, anything, anywhere, dating back well over a decade. And it's just like me going through everything, speculating my balls off. Like, so to emphasize it, I had this moment. Yeah, I had this moment where I was like, how can I look like a crazy mad scientist? So I go up to my closet and I'm looking at the wardrobe and I'm like, all right, like, okay, the white button up with the wife beater. And so I throw it on, I button it all to the top, and I'm thinking, too nice. Like you're looking too. So I unbutton the first two and I have like the wife beater out. I'm like, okay, nice, like disheveled. I'm like, oh, but the sleeves. So I roll up the sleeves. And I'm like, yeah, there we go. And I'll throw on the glasses to look more like an intellect. And that was the whole play. Bro, I started a movement. I didn't realize I had this in me though.
Yeah.
The compliments were very nice. I'm not saying this to like get a big head. I was just very shocked because I've always been self-conscious of the bifocal size here, like, which is why I'll wear it in my own time. But a lot of people were like, damn, bro. And I felt, while I was very open about my Genshin Impact slip up, that is like, look at the transformation here. Now, I would like your review because when you reviewed my looks last time, I got, oh, she loved you. So I need to know. I need to know from the man himself if I have done a good job here.
This is, what this reminds me of? Saul would appreciate this. I've known Saul since the 3rd grade. This is the homie. It's the best friend, right? And there was a period, right? I would say pre-3rd grade Saul. He was just not the epitome of cool. Like he was just, it's not the Saul
this. What are you saying about me when you
I'm
start
just
with that?
saying, like, early Saul, you loved him. That was your homie. You didn't care. This is my guy. I don't care what he looked. I don't care.
Collar shirts.
He had the Coke bottle glasses. It was a thing, right? Listen, I'm not the one to talk either. Like I'm a late bloomer. This is what I consider late bloomer energy. Right. So I'll never forget. I believe it was like junior high. I'm going to say like 6th grade, 7th grade. Sav comes to class, homeroom, and he debuts the Sav. The Sav. Like he's no longer Brian. He's the Sav. And I'm like, bro, like what happened? Like mustache, the drip was, everything was different.
Yeah. And as a reflection,
bro, and as a result, like you see the energy towards from the female, everything transformed. He became the cool kid. He went from like the geeky nerd, awkward, just based on the physical appearance and the look. But when he had that transformation, that's this. This is Maddie, or this is like, what's that called? The chicks that like grown and sexy man. Like this is something else. Like now you're on your glow up arc. Like this is different. Like I've never seen this from you, to be honest. If lately, this is something for the house. I get it. I already now I know, bro, this is it. Like I was like, all right, I go for it. Like that's a fly.
I feel like I need to invest in the fashion now because people seem to have really appreciated the
bro.
Well, I felt good, but I was like trying to play a character. So the fact that I like accidentally stepped into this, I'm like, I don't know if I got it in me, bro.
Like I'm like, when's the clothing line gonna come out? Like that like, bro, it's fly. Like it's a thing. The button up, the glass. And again, I remember you had the trepidation with the glasses go. It is that in conjunction with the hairstyle. So I'm peeping. I'm like, oh yeah. He doing that. Yeah, he killing
Okay,
that. Right
we've been redeemed from our Genshin Impact
Oh, yeah.
days. I had to make sure. I've been joking in my videos that I'm like ruining relationships now, and like watch out. Like I warn people, my all right, glasses are going on. Like please, hide your wives. I really don't want to ruin anything for you. I threw on a Power Rangers costume for my video today to make sure I like really balance the scales. Like you got nothing to fear here. All right, like. Because so the video on that, I mean, we'll talk about it a little bit later, but I did a video. Basically, I asked Bethesda a bunch of questions. I was like, this is probably going to get clipped. And I was like, what would be really funny is if while people are like, Idle Sloth is doing his thing, it's just me sitting there in a Power Rangers outfit. I was like, that'd be kind of great.
Hilarious.
So that was my way of paying everyone back. But I appreciate the kind words. There were even some write-ins about it, just saying like, I didn't know you had it in you. I was like, I guess I didn't know it either. But thank you guys.
Your comment section on that video is on fire. They not even talking about the video. Be like, yo, our boy that came up is crazy.
I put so much effort into the research of the video, and no one's talking about it.
That's when you know you've arrived.
Yeah, it was funny. I appreciate the compliments. It really did give me a little bit of a confidence. But I was like, okay, like I guess I can do that. All right, cool. Thanks, guys. Like I do appreciate it. So
for sure.
It definitely was a feel-good moment. But anyway, Cog, let's talk games.
Yes, sir.
We've got one question here from Claw117. It says, hey, Dukes. As Asha said and the Bethesda buffet proved last week, Xbox is doubling down on its core franchises. However, will Xbox fall into the trap of franchise fatigue? We already didn't like the more Halo, Forza Gears era, but a cynical read of the current situation could be that Xbox is going back in that direction just with Doom, Elder Scrolls Fallout, and Quake thrown in, plus Wolfenstein. 7 core franchises is certainly better than 3, but how much room will studios have to build new IP in this cost-cutting era? Despite all Phil's faults, he still lets studios experiment with new ideas, though sadly it seems only Obsidian's new IP really had any potential. Will Asha be able to find a good midpoint between delivering on core franchises while still building new IP? I'm sorry. See, it's what I'm talking about, bro. I'm sorry, Maddie. I think the glasses just awoke something within me kind of day. There we go. There we go.
Grow the sexy Maddie is different, man. You got everybody acting all out of pocket, out of character.
Yeah, thank you, Claw. We appreciate that. What do you think about this? I get this a lot, right? Because we talked about for us, for example, PlayStation, why their IP don't resonate. I know I'm fucking kicking the hornet's nest right now.
You know they about to get it.
Yeah.
Stop.
I'm not even going, PlayStation fans, please fucking spare me. I'm not even going there. I'm not we're trying to just talk Xbox. So please leave us alone.
The comment sections be fighting. This guy, he's always
yeah. I'm like, bro, come one fucking week. Just please, man. Just I'm begging at this point. One fucking week. Leave us alone. God. Now with this though, we did talk all for Burger Fries and Shake. We were all about the movement. Like here's Hellblade, here's South of Midnight, here's Kill and Keeper. Maybe we'll see where those go. But we were about the new IP movement. Avowed, Outer Worlds 2. Let's go in on those. Financially has not gone their way. You and I have been kind of pro. Let's go back to the core for a moment here. How does Xbox not fall into a hits only pattern?
It's a tough one, right? This is the fair criticism. This is literally what I've been saying. I just said she's got to prove to me that part because the reality is it is the smart play. Many other businesses besides Xbox are doing this. Many other businesses are cutting out fat and focusing on the core product. I saw something that was hilarious, bro. It was like a McDonald's ad from I don't know, 80s or whatever it is. And it showed the McDonald's menu, right? And it had all these products and this and the McRib and the McChicken. And what they realized is when they were probably healthier too, is that, as far as healthy food. You know what I'm saying? When they had this plethora of stuff, but what were the core people buying? And they were almost running out of business and they had to kind of streamline, okay, the McNuggets, the burgers, and maybe 2 other things, and then we'll rotate a seasonal item in, and then they became profitable. Wrap. Oh yeah, Stack Wrap. Shout out to the Stack Wrap.
Grilled chicken, honey mustard snack wrap.
Oh man,
that was a go-to in high school, bro. That shit was so good.
Yeah. I remember that joint. Yeah, man. They used to have different things. So what ends up happening is you kind of have this diversified portfolio. But the reality is how many people are actually actively taking advantage of all these products. So you slim down because now you're losing money and you focus on the core. So business, I get it. Gaming, we have to see though, because that you can fall into that trap of redundancy, of same, and that's what I want to know from her regime. What do you sign off on? Because there's going to have to be some new IP, I would think. If I had to guess, again, I have no reference point. Maybe their thought process is we will leverage third party deals and third party exclusive relationships, maybe for that aspect, as opposed to our core studios just being able to always, I mean, not always, just able to make new things. Because I think it's fair criticism to say, okay, so, okay, yes, Obsidian is going to make Fallout, but now they're not going to do Avowed 2 anymore. They're not going to do anything else anymore. What about all the other studios? Like, is Playground now forever the Forza Horizon, maybe Fable studio, right? Are they not allowed to do anything else? Because again, under the Fields era, the beauty of the creativity is you'd get new IP, but to the Asha era's content is like, yeah, but that joint ain't make no money. You know what I'm saying? So that's it's the push pull, right? But I think there needs to be balance because I agree. We would then be hypocrites. At least I can speak for myself.
Sure.
That I'm the same. Matter of fact, I'm gonna speak for you. I'm similar to you, Manny. Like I know, yeah, I'm kicking the hardest nest as well. You know, what I'm saying like again, great games. It's just that I just fall into like, damn, these are kind of
Yeah.
similar, right?
Yeah.
And I love when there's something weird. Think about the games I play. I'm the guy that's like Konitsigami, Alters,
Yes. You have a
Midnight
very
Suns.
diverse portfolio.
I have these eclectic tastes. So old Xbox sings to my soul. Like, yo, I can get all these different things, you know, and experiences. So that's what she has to be careful of. And I want to see, and I think this is a great question because it's my question. It's what Claude says, what I have for them.
Yeah, I struggle with this answer a little bit too because I get where people are coming from when they're like, "Yeah, are we going back to like safe stuff?" And there's a couple ways of looking at it. Like one, Xbox kind of needs to, kind of is putting it lightly. I'm ignoring what like they're saying about their business and how much profit they're making or whatever. It's clear Game Pass has been choking them out. We'll talk about that a little bit as well. It's clear that they need to get people to focus on buying games. It's clear they need to focus on bigger games, and that part of the Game Pass bet was the smaller stuff, and the smaller stuff had such bloated timelines. Like it's clear while the experiment was able to subsidize losses in lots of areas, it also did not result and pan out in the way that I think Phil and Co had planned, and that is clearly being dissolved now. So with the reset, it's clear they're going back to the core. And there is some excitement in that. Like when Gears, you know, again, when we look at where 4 and 5 went, they kind of went the natural wave of the industry. And so to see with E-Day them coming back to something we haven't really seen since Gears 3, that is exciting. Technically Gears 1, but I do find that exciting. But I get where people are like, well, that's still like more of the same. So what's the difference here? To answer the question on like what I think Xbox can do in this kind of hits only push, could be a return to the 360 strategy a little bit. By that I mean
Okay, okay.
a lot of their variety was found in third party. You had Infinite on Discovery, you had Lost Odyssey, Blue Dragon. I mean, these are iconic 360 exclusives for the hardcore, might I add. Operation Darkness, like these are, I'm talking niche right now, man. Like these are not the big ones. But these are ones that really resonate with like that base. And I think that like I don't think Xbox is in the business now. If we're gonna go buy a JRPG studio and have them make JRPGs for us, I think they're gonna look and see who they can pay to make, say, an exclusive JRPG when it warrants that moment. We just learned recently how they paid beyond the development costs of Stalker 2. And
Yes.
they said the game was already profitable before they even shipped, which is like a
Wow.
crazy blessing. And I commend Phil and their team for doing that,
Yeah.
especially in light of like everything that I mean, it seems like that deal was made before everything
Yes.
happened too. So
Yeah.
that's also kind of like signifies how much more Xbox will have to pay to get people to kind of, especially with how they've fallen behind in this race again, and they're trying to double down on that.
For sure.
So they'll have to pay a premium. So I think that's gonna be a soft solution to
Mhm.
things. But I don't know otherwise what else they're gonna do. I mean, they definitely have more variety in when you have a Fallout and an Elder Scrolls. They're going back to the first person push though, right? Like Halo, Fallout, Elder Scroll. Like there's a lot of first person in that, and that is again
Yes.
to me like it evokes a bit of the 360. It helps that they're focusing on franchises that speak to me the most. I will talk about Halo later and how I mean, my prediction has still been the second wave of layoffs is going to hit Halo Studios hard as fuck, and I don't really know what the future of that team actually is, given rumors from Rebs Gaming will go over where I'm like, I don't. But we have it in the burger, fries, and shake, but like the Big Mac might be getting taken off the menu for a while. Like they
we
might
might
have to,
lose the Big Mac.
yeah, they might have to think of the menu over again here.
We can't get the 2 for 2.
Yeah, I don't think so. So, not trying to dance around the question. It's just something I'm continuing to think through a little bit. Where, like right now it sounds great, right?
Right.
But I've told people like the monkey's paw with Fallout is like, oh, you're gonna get a lot of Fallout now. The pressure now is to make sure that Fallout continues to evolve, and that is the thing I'm worried about next. Like I said this on my stream yesterday. I said, right now it's really exciting. We're gonna get remasters and Fallout 5. Like fuck yeah, bro. But like once that kind of 5 to 8 year stretch is over, and we start to look again onto the horizon, are we full? Or do we want something different? The show's over probably by that point. Got remasters, new games. Like again, like there might be a demand for like what Halo kind of went through, where it's like, here's Halo Wars. Here's something like a different way of looking at your franchise. Would Fallout ever do that? That's kind of the next bridge, I think, for Xbox and Bethesda to cross. But right now they're, I think, doing the right thing.
Yeah.
But my point being is that I think the second step for them is really going to be taking these core franchises and shaking them up in that way. Like, what ways can Fallout go beyond remasters and Obsidian? And like they're doing the obvious shit right now, but like when the obvious shit has run its course and there's nothing left, is it just remaking older games, that sort of thing? So yeah, we'll see how safe they get, because the thing I worry about is like, okay, Fallout's finally getting new. Like we're hearing about 5, we're hearing about New Vegas, but then what happens when that's all done with? Right. And they're like, now we're going to remake 1. Now we're going to remake 2. And it's a while before we see anything new in Fallout. It's like that kind of half-hearted excitement I get, right? So I know I'm focused on Fallout here. My point is it can apply to all these other franchises. And so, that's where I kind of sit on it, where I'm like, right now, I think they're heading in the right direction. I can't sit here and pretend I'm not excited about what Gears is doing, what Clockwork's doing. I can't act like I'm not excited about Fable. I can't act like I'm not excited about Fallout. Like, they're hitting all the things I care about. And yeah, there's some of that's nostalgia, but I look at Clockwork and I'm like, yeah, that is new and that is exciting. And I've seen a lot of people be like, I'm still very protective of like the new stuff, because a lot of people have been saying in my comments like, oh, InXile's got to remake Fallout 1. I'm like, no, they're not a remake studio, dude. Like, we are not having them become a remake studio. Like I would fight against that.
You're going to see the Asha Gunn meme.
No, and that's okay. If she wants to do the option, yeah, if she wants to point the gun and be like, make Fallout, sure. I think they probably wouldn't mind making Fallout at the end of the day. Remaking an old one, though, it's like, let them make something new, dude, within Fallout. But
so let's have a thought experiment. So let's just say, because I hear what you say, and I'm curious, like, okay, let's just say, because we now know the Clockwork is exclusive, right? And we're like, okay, it comes out, and it does okay.
Okay.
Maybe it's critically acclaimed from a review standpoint, but not a financial, not a commercial success. Right? And now we sit there like, yeah, it didn't even hit. I don't want to put the number. Yeah. I don't want to put bad energy out, but it doesn't hit a certain number that maybe internally they had a target, right? So now it's like, what does the NXL do next, right? Yeah. And Fargo comes to the table. You got something cool to pitch, and Asha and team. I love this beat. I think it's funny. I'm sorry. Yeah, like so. Yeah, you're the stewards of the original Fallouts, right?
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get it, right? And Fargo is a survivalist. Like the stories he shared on like interviews I've done with him and whatnot. Like this guy, I think will do whatever it takes. Like if they're like, you have to remake this and your team will go on. I think again, I always go back to the sacrificial lamb, right? Yeah. By coughing up Clockwork in the middle of this Xbox climate to be an exclusive, I think his team got spared.
Yes.
There's a reason why we have not heard anything about layoffs.
100%.
I've never had that confirmed. That is just my read of it. So I feel like he will do what it takes. Yeah. If they're like remaking will keep your team safe, I think he will do that. A very good man at the top of that studio. So like, I think he'll do that. Do I want that though? That's a different conversation, right? Because it's like, I want Fallout remakes. I think 1 and 2 could either be remade or at least remastered. I think, the next step for Fallout is like, after we start getting the things we want, first person open world stuff, is like kind of what Baldur's Gate 3, like bring back the essence, the OG style Fallout, like bring strategy Fallout back.
I got you. Different genres, different.
And people look at Wasteland 3 and they're like, right there, like right. And I agree with that. I think InXile making a Fallout game would be perfect. I just don't think they need to remake. They can make something brand new and it will kill it. It'll be excellent. So that's my stance on it. But the kind of broader question about the hits only business, I think Xbox needs hits right now. My question will be how they utilize the hits. You know, we're going to talk exclusivity a little bit and how here comes the back and forth cog,
Here we
you
go.
know, but the thing that we all talked about when Xbox bought Bethesda was like, okay, we see the vision, Phil. Elder Scrolls, Fallout, these are kind of your new champions that are going to get people in the door. You have your Halo, you have your Gears, you have your Forza. These things are established. They've found their bases. They're not really growing new bases, but these are going to be the ones that grow the Xbox base now. People are going to come for these franchises that you know they love. Like, okay, we see the vision. That never happened. But now we see them returning to exclusivity, focusing on the console. And here we are announcing a bunch of Fallout games again. And Todd said they're not ready to talk exclusivity, but that could be on the plate. And if we're going to go back to 2021, same thing I said then. I'm like, hey, if you're looking to make your box more attractive, I'm not advocating for it,
Right.
because I think a lot of people want to play these games.
Of course.
But if you're Asha and Co. and you're like, how do we draw people to this content sphere? Those are two fucking franchises you almost have to weaponize, right?
Absolutely.
So once that gets established, what's next after that? That's what I'll be curious about. I don't know. I don't see right now Xbox is in this world of like, let's build a new studio. Let's do initiative again. Like something along those lines. I don't know if Asha is in the business of like, okay, Bethesda Game Studios, you did Starfield, you did and then Elder Scrolls, Fallout 5. Thanks for paying your dues. Now go do something on your own again. I don't know if I see that. So that's why I think it's going to rely on third party. And I think these teams will, for a lack of better term, get their rocks off by collaboration via like new passion projects that kind of rethink the franchise.
Right.
But I don't know if they really switch it up much for a while. I think you're going to get kind of what's cozy for a little bit. And it'll be interesting to see where they go after this. But I think, again, that's where I always say I'm not in a rush to be right about any of this, because I'm like, I don't think they know. I don't know either. Man. Like,
but you said it best. They have to be cozy and familiar because they got to make hits. That's the medicine. That's what the doctor ordered right now. They don't have hits, right? Yeah. So they're sitting on these things. They sit on hit franchises that have been dormant and inactive and what's going on.
Thank you for bringing that up. Yeah.
Right. So now what you're saying is absolutely correct. Like, I know we all worried long term, but the short term doctor's fix is you need these to be out and these big franchises to hit. And now you reestablish yourself. Right. Now, once you reestablish in that, 5-year period, you're like, okay, we've got our Fallout games. Elder Scrolls 6 is hit, Halo or something else is, or whatever franchise is back to where it needs to be. Now, what are we doing, right? And I agree with you. I think one strategy, okay, we can leverage third-party publisher relationships. We can leverage we're great at indie curation, the next indie hits. We've been good about those, the ball pits, the vampire survivals, the blueprints and all that. Now, how do we leverage the next big thing? And one thing she has said is, she did say like some studios are not a good fit or home for us. And maybe that's a precursor to those type of deals. But to your overall point, my question is your question. After the entire roster has gone through with their hits that first time around, right? Let's say it's successful. What are you allowing them to do, and what do you sign off on them from the Bethesda, from each one of the family? How do you do that? That to me going to be the biggest question for me from her.
I'm glad you brought that up, because that's a key element in all of this. It's an end of dormancy for a lot of these things. Like, you could argue again, like when I say dormancy, people are like, oh, Fallout's been active though. It's like, let's not lie to ourselves. It's not been the same for 11 years.
Talk your talk.
So the end of dormancy was needed. Ride that wave. But when we're thinking wave 2, I have just as many questions as everyone else. Like, okay, what do these teams do? Bethesda's game studios wave 1 and 2 are very defined.
Oh yeah.
Elder Scrolls 6, Fallout 5.
Oh yeah.
They're good. We know what they're doing.
Oh yeah.
But Obsidian is like a question mark.
Yes.
Like I'm wondering, like, when this Fallout game that people have been waiting for comes around, the question I'm asking is like, is Asha going to say, thank you guys, do whatever you want now? Like, are you really going to be not like, and now that you've got a core Fallout team, let's do it again.
Exactly.
That's the tricky part of this all. It's a lifeline for them for sure. We've always talked about how, like, I think that team would have got hit way harder after the last year they had, if not for a Fallout project being greenlit under that roof. But at the same time, what does this mean for projects after this Fallout from Obsidian? We will see.
Last point, especially if Fallout from Obsidian is wildly successful.
Yeah, that's the trick, man, because this is definitely their. We're already talking so much Fallout.
I know.
Fallout filled episode, but like that's the thing, is that this is going to be their biggest game potentially ever, next to New Vegas. Like like this is what people have been waiting for since New Vegas DLC ended. We've been watching Bethesda and Obsidian field New Vegas 2 questions since like 2014, basically. So it's only ramped up since then. We'll see where it all goes, but it's definitely, again, with this next bit of news here, like I can't act like I'm hating this Xbox news, man. There's been some good stuff going on here. Now, this is wave 1 though. Where wave 2 goes, we assess that over time, right?
Absolutely fair.
Well, let's talk about that. This first big bit of news here is from the Xbox Wire. They write, play more of the games you love wherever you play with Xbox back compat on PC. Let's read this post. Today, we're introducing Xbox backward compatibility on PC, making it easier to play classic Xbox games from the past across PC and handhelds, including the Xbox Ally and Ally X. Your library is more than just a collection of games. It's your personal history of epic stories and treasured memories from the past. And as players, we don't want to be leaving our gaming legacy behind, even as technology continues to evolve and advance. We expect our library of games to move forward with us and to be able to play them in entirely new ways. Rolling out today, Xbox backward compatibility on PC launches an early release, starting with 4 classic Xbox games now playable on PC and handhelds for the first time ever. This marks the beginning of a broader effort to preserve Xbox games from the past and bring them to PC over time. And we are not just enabling you to play them on PC, we are also adding new features to make your gaming experience better than ever. Players can jump into the following games on PC and supported handheld devices beginning today in supported regions: Blinks the Time Sweeper, Conquer Live and Reloaded, Crimson Skies, High Road to Revenge, and Fusion Frenzy. Each of these games is now available for purchase on PC and is also included with all Xbox Game Pass plans. If you already own a digital license for these games on console, that license now carries over to your PC or handheld. Through the power of Xbox Play Anywhere and Xbox Cloud Gaming, you can now play these classic games from the past on your Xbox console, cloud, PC, and handheld. In addition to making these games available on PC for the first time ever, we've added new features to enhance the experience on PC while preserving the original gameplay. Players can customize graphic settings, including up to 4 times resolution upscaling, VSync support, full screen and window display modes. How the fuck do you say that? Filtering. I always butcher that first word. Anisotropic? I butcher that word every time.
I butcher that word all the time too.
Enhanced anti-aliasing and more. These games also include a customizable language and audio settings. We plan to add even more features to Xbox back compat games in the future. I'm excited to share that later this year, we will be bringing one of the top fan requested features to select original Xbox games on both console and PC. Achievements! The first 4 games releasing in preview today will be updated to include achievements in the coming months. Getting started is as simple. If you have your PC or handheld and they meet the minimum system requirements, you'll be able to access your back compat titles through the Xbox on PC app. They give the minimum and recommended specs, and then they say Xbox back compat on PC is another step towards preserving games from the past and making it easier for you to enjoy and play more of the games you already own across the devices you use every day. What a glorious, glorious fucking read, man. I just, oh man. Now, my brain started to dream a little bit. I'm like, is Limited Run going to get involved? Like, we got these updated versions here. They're on console. Are we going to, do a little physical run? Maybe that'd be sick, but I won't get ahead of myself yet. In the meantime, Cog, what we've got here is more than just back compat, but also a little bit of the prediction. The prophecy is being fulfilled. Cog, remind me what I said when people were like, what's going to happen with Transformers, Maddie? What's going to happen with those old Marvel games? Cog, what did I tell them they were going to do to these games?
Oh, but he's going to say you don't just do like the lowest effort. Did how
I, s- I said they're gonna sell them.
Yeah, sell them. Yeah, sell them
Yeah,
to
I
you.
was
Yes,
like,
yes,
they're
correct.
gonna sell them to you,
Yes, you did say that. Correct.
and here they are.
And here they
But
are.
they're doing
But
the right thing because, dude, full screen support with these types of upgrades is kind of huge. I gotta see this for myself.
right.
But like just reading that, I'm like, no fucking way. Like, this is a little bit better. Damn, I'm doing it again. It's a little bit better. I like what PlayStation was doing with their classics, right? This is what really reignited the fire in me, where I'm like, Xbox, you've gotta get achievements going on these old games, man. You've had back compat for so long. You've gotta figure this out. And PlayStation comes in and like, here's PSP games, here's PS2 games, here you go, PS1 games, and we're gonna put trophies on them. Like I got the platinum trophy for Secret Agent Clank, and I'm like, dude, this is awesome. It's just awesome to be able to do this. But they sell them for cheap. They put the trophy list in there, and then the actual visual upgrades are very minimal, if anything at all. It's just kind of upscaled so that I can play on a bigger TV. And after that, it's just like, can you rewind? That's so that if you mess up, you can just rewind and try again. You can create some save states, but otherwise it's a very simple thing. But to see like kind of the effort going into the visual part, and then there's more features to come beyond achievements, it reads like to me. Awesome, dude. So I'm looking at this glorious original Xbox collection, and I'm starting to dream a little bit, man. I'm starting to dream of what KOTOR with achievements finally looks like, man. It's so funny when KOTOR Remake got its port, right? It's only on Switch. Somehow PlayStation never got that. I say KOTOR Remake, sorry, the original KOTOR.
The original.
It got its port on Switch. It's over there on Steam. The Steam version of KOTOR 2 gets achievements. That's just such a weird thing. Xbox, you can do the coolest thing of all time right now. You can. I'm looking at Shenmue 2. I'm looking at the OG Battlefront 1 and 2. I'm looking at what other games here? Nightcaster.
Yes, sir.
I'm looking at Full Spectrum Warrior. I'm looking at Death Row. Death Row, bro. Blinks 2. Blink's getting achievements in 2026. I can't. What a like, I love that this was in their first wave. I was like, let's go.
Yeah, this is singing to you.
Yeah. Dude. I mean, Conquer is a little bit like, okay, we already had the rare replay, so that's cool and all. But Fusion Frenzy and Blinks the Time Sweeper were like childhood staples for me, bro. Fucking awesome slate to open things up here. So I want to kick it to you. Of course, feelings on this. Like, what's the cadence going to look like? How slow moving is this going to be? But how are we feeling seeing back compat on PC?
Man, it is so refreshing to see the wizard outside. When the wizard is outside, Jason Rado, it is so refreshing, man. This is the journey they started. This is the path they started, and we were all frustrated because we were like, damn, after this amazing backward compatibility program that they initially jumped off with the consoles, they kind of like, all right, we're done. We've kind of went away from it, right? And then we had the fake false start with the Activision announcement. We like, oh, they definitely gonna bring it back now because this, that, and the third. And we were like, none of that stuff happened. And we're just like, what is going on, right? And we like, it really gonna end just like this after you guys were the pioneers, the stewards of game preservation and showing that you can bring your library with you? Like, what's going on? So this is so refreshing because the key for me was how do they handle Helix and backward compatibility, right? Because the first question was, was the Helix be a what you call first party device, which Jason has got in front of, right? Now we're like, okay, before we get to Helix, we got to do this groundwork now of getting all these games, especially with the synergy that they have between, Windows and Xbox, right? That is natural synergy for them. So this makes perfect sense. And I love them going the extra mile with these 4 titles. Think of the 4. I know people are like, oh, these guys are capping for 4 little titles. No, it's the bigger play. You got to look at the bigger picture. This is the start, potentially, of a movement because they're putting in the work to get all these titles up to speed, all the PC features. And then the number one thing, you cannot be the originator, the OG, the steward of achievements, hey, you got dudes out here using your style better than you. You know what I'm saying? So now when I saw achievements for these classic games that have never had, think about how much replay value that adds. Think about how much
Agreed.
that makes somebody wants to go back that are really fans of these beloved franchises. Like this is a really good thing. And then ultimately for me, selfishly, they could have walked away from this and said, hey, this is PC only, give us the cash. Right?
Mm,
They could have easily, and we'd have been like, all right, you put the effort in, VSync, full support, achieve, okay.
yeah.
But you gonna say you cog own that already, right? I get that for free 99. Again, this is
Mhm.
what I'm talking about as far as customer service and customer satisfaction. They've actually done a ton of pro consumer stuff they don't get enough credit for. Like, that is a huge deal. Like, we should be fighting for this because I think the next fight, as we will talk about physical games and all that, is really about digital preservation and having those
Right.
protections, right? At least this company has shown for the most part. Maybe we can't get every license, but we're going to try to get you 80%, the majority of your library. As long as it has your gamer tag attached, it's coming forward. That's why I like the platform. I don't have a problem about my save data and what version is this, the series version or the 360 version. It
Mhm.
all, what's the tag quote? It just works.
Yeah.
That's what I like. So yeah, man, I'm excited. Imagine if because Morrowind and that stuff, right? Didn't have a cheat like this,
Oh my gosh,
bro.
bro. Oh,
Bro,
bro. I didn't even
I'm
fucking think of that. Oh my
thinking
god,
of the
no.
possibilities. There's
Mm.
so much that I would go back like,
Ooh.
yo, we could do all
Ooh.
these classics and just now you do rollouts. You like, okay, you do a Fallout 3, and as a result, we're
Mm.
giving you the Elder Scrolls collection or the Fallout. Like, there's so much here. Now, granted,
Yeah.
they've got to execute. They can't blue balls us. They've done that before too. In fairness, right? They've got to do this, man. Now this is the beginning. It feels like it is because Jason's outside. You're not doing this and putting this out there unless you've got a plan and a rollout for the future. And I think this is now getting their feet wet in a pre-Helix world because
Mhm.
that's the sell. And that makes sense to me. And I like it. This is really cool stuff. And let's be honest, last point. Is it the epitome of, you trade games climate? No. But this is a way you start to reinvigorate your base that, hey, unlike the competition, we care about preservation. We care. So
Definitely well timed.
I think that's the Asha move right there because she's giving me smoke energy. I told everybody, oh no, she's just trying to learn Ebontis. No, she's not. She is about competition. She's very competitive. I'm going to pull up. I'm going to say something. I'm going to
I'm gonna
respond.
pull up and I'm gonna say
Yo,
something.
I'm telling you, we have every. Why do you think the Asha Sharma gun to the top, back of Todd Howard memes, Todd Howard head memes
Yeah,
start?
it's very yeah.
Because of the
Very apparent.
movement. Yeah, there's only one X factor here. It's her versus what used to happen in the past, and that's why Xbox fans are excited. But good announcement, man. Great announcement. I'm super excited for this, and they need to continue.
I agree. Definitely super needed. Definitely want additional answers on like what the cadence is going to look like. Obviously, as we move into this digital future in a lot of ways, like what's the ownership look like? Again, will limited run be able to get involved with this and do like limited physical Xbox runs for these games, these ports? Because it seems like it's less of like what PlayStation was doing and more like a whole new thing. Um, but overall, very excited about this. Just really cool news. So,
Hell yeah.
with that, let's move into something a little bit more interesting here for people who like when Xbox gets a bit messy here. So, we've talked a lot about exclusivity. Matthew Ball said, "I can assure you, Gears of War E-Day and Clockwork Revolution are not the only titles we're planning. To grow a platform like ours, you have to have exclusive games and services. These are not going to be the only two titles." Right? This has been a unified message since June. It's a long time for Xbox, right? Well, here comes the booty. And he wants to make sure you know case by case now has a new layer of nuance to it, which is when he was asked about this case by case treatment, he said, "I wouldn't overly fixate on single player. I think it's a good rule of thumb, but it certainly isn't something that's carved in stone. We are stewards of over 20 game franchises that have made $1 billion in their lifetime. There are a lot of different games in our portfolio, and we have to think about how different games serve different purposes with it. Ball said Microsoft does, quote, have a framework for those selections, including how we evaluate them, end quote. He noted that it's a strategy that may not be obvious to all players, but that Xbox is committed to making this clearer. And Booty did say that he is hoping to strike the right balance between the work that the teams have invested and a strategy pivot. So, Cog, when you hear what Ball is saying versus Booty, it's something with these dudes named Matt. We just can't stay out of trouble. Like, there's just, do you look at this where it's like, okay, he goes, we're committed to exclusives. There's more on the way. I think that's a very unified way of looking at it. Like, okay, and that doesn't say like everything, but we're looking at more. We're going to do more. That's simple, easy. Here comes Mr. Case by Case, Mr. Well, it's not just large live service games. Like, I wouldn't say it's carved in stone. The single player is going to be there. It's kind of this, it's kind of that. Here we are again. What the fuck is it? And so we get this question here, right? From Elijah Kaiser. It says, hello, from a new fan. I've been watching Maddie's content for a few months now and finally found my way over to Last Stand's podcast. Well, thank you. We appreciate you.
Love.
I've always been a gamer that has enjoyed having all of the platforms. I'd always start with one and then eventually work my way up to get all three. I had a Series X a few years ago along with my PS5. I had some financial trouble and had to sell my Xbox. I'm in a better place now and considering getting one again, but debating if it's worth it. I don't have a PC, so this would be my way to access exclusives. Paying $800 feels like a tremendous ripoff, but I see a decent amount of used ones going for $400. Do you gentlemen think that it's worth investing in the Xbox ecosystem right now at the decent price that may be? Thank you and love the conversations. Thank you, Elijah. Appreciate you.
Much love, much love.
I read something like that. I'm like, I can't comfortably say to this guy, yeah, go spend $400. Like, it just feels like, yeah, you're going to get 2 exclusives, bro. But then that might change. And it's like case by case might do its thing. And that case by case might be like 1 exclusive in the year. That's really what we're looking at right now for Xbox. It's 1. And it's Gears of War E-Day. So Elijah, I would say hold off.
Right.
But you and I, Cog, like, we want people, if they want to be in, like, how can we get you in? Sure. Like, we think Xbox has a lot of great things eventually coming online here. But what do you think of this messaging with exclusivity? Do you think it's getting a little messy again?
Yes, it is. And this is a problem. And again, I always try to understand both sides, but this is a problem. And this is why people still have issues, have trust issues with Xbox. They're like, look, for the past, couple of months in the Asha Sharma era, Asha and Matthew Ball, whether you agree or disagree with the strategy, has been unified for the most part as far as what they're trying to do and the messaging, right? And this is no disrespect to Matt Booty, because I don't have like this vitriol that a lot of people will have for him. I understand, you don't want to hedge your bet. You don't want to get caught in 4K if something changes down the road. But you can't be on the same platform with Matthew Ball saying something different than what he is saying, right? And I get it. Maybe you are more closely tied to the software lineup and you are more closely tied with the Xbox Game Studio family, right? The problem is you've created the seed of doubt and distrust. That simple statement. Maybe that wasn't your intent, but that is what has happened. I have seen, and I was trying to find it while I was talking to you. I've seen people go off on this statement. Like they are going off on, Matt Booty. And it's just like, people say that it's exhausting. You know what I'm saying? Because they can't get definitive answers as to what it is. Now, I get it. Not everything is going to be one-to-one. You're going to get every answer. At least they're still trying to figure out the strategy, but it's just like, yeah, this is a misstep. And I can't say it's not. I'm still trying to find that person who was a fan. I'll see if I find it while we continue to talk, because I really want to read. Somebody wrote something to Jez. It was beautiful. And it encapsulated how the fan base has been going through it.
Yeah.
And it was
they just know better, dude. They just Xbox knows better. They can't play stupid at this point. They reset, clarity is kindness, all this bullshit, and then this happens. I'm like, dude, just like Matt, like I don't have like an actual personal issue with him. I'm sure Matt's a nice guy, but just like, dude, stop talking. Just like you need to stop talking. Anytime you open your mouth, the only quote this guy's ever had that I agree with is like, TikTok's really a big point of competition for us. It's like, yep, that's Booty's cooking there. Otherwise, I'm like, I don't remember the last time this guy said something and like it gave them forward momentum.
Forward momentum.
Like this guy's a pair of brakes with legs, dude.
Oh damn!
Like it's crazy. Like he just puts them like in their, stops them right in their tracks.
It is a misstep. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. It is. Okay, hold on. I think I really want to get this quote, man. You gotta get
let's
this.
Let's see this.
All right, I found the thing. Give me professional podcast.
Here we go.
I want, because listen, I know a lot of people who are developers or in the industry. They listen to us, and a lot of us. Oh, you guys are emotional. You guys, you don't understand the business and corporate and all that, but you got to understand the perspective of the fan and how the optics look to us or what you do. So this is what someone wrote, Jez, in reference to this. Hi, Jez. I'm a longtime Xbox fan and I followed your coverage. I want to share some honest community feedback regarding the current leadership situation. Asha Sharma's arrival as Xbox CEO created real hope. She spoke about returning to Xbox's roots, focusing on hardware, core console fans, fixing fundamentals, affordability, and delivering great first-party games. Her early memos and statements acknowledged player frustrations and promised a clearer direction. It felt like a much-needed reset. However, Matt Booty, now EVP and Chief Content Officer, continues to send confusing, ambiguous messages that dilute that momentum. His comments about nothing is off the table regarding exclusivity, multi-platform releases, windowing, and other topics create mixed signals right after Asha's promising start. This leaves fans uncertain about Xbox's true direction. And are we doubling down on console identity and strong exclusives, or continue with broader dilution? Booty has valuable experience, but his history with studio closures, cancellations, and past strategies like aggressive Game Pass pushes makes his current role in shaping the narrative problematic at this critical transition. The community needs clear, unified messaging, not ambiguity that erodes trust. Asha has the chance to define a new era. Allowing mixed signals from Booty risks weakening her strong opening. Xbox deserves aligned leadership that speaks with one clear, confident voice focused on players and the platform's identity. I'd love to hear your thoughts on the dynamic. Keep it the clear for it. But is that not preach what we feel? Like, isn't that man preaching?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's how we feel.
Dilution is the perfect term. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. It just feels like in like Asha and Ball clearly talk because they just seem to be saying the same thing. But then Matt Booty talks. I'm just like, dude, like he's still playing the case by case thing, and it just makes you wonder, like, who's on the same page here, who's not, and like did hard to imagine that Asha didn't get the memo. She's calling these shots, like, so is Booty going rogue? We've seen with Xbox and Phil and Sarah were like going rogue versus Tim and Satya, and we were getting like the most conflicting statements of all time. Like it just was fucking ugly, bro. So I don't think it's that bad like it once was, but it's just, perfectly put where it's like, this is a critical moment where, I'm talking to people like Locke, and Locke's like, if they keep this up and they give us exclusives that we care about, Locke is like, I'll buy a Helix if they do like exclusive. I'm like, that's the type of guy, if you're winning him over, you're doing something right. And guys like Matt Booty, like I showed Locke, he's like, dude, this guy needs to shut the fuck up. Like he's just totally putting the brakes on them every time.
Look, again, just similar to what you said with Locke, shout out to, my boy, Jim, our boy, Jimmy Champagne. Jimmy was like, I remember after the show, I was like, bro, they keep this up. I'm getting a Helix. I'm getting, like, people were excited. You know what I'm saying? General, they've got to clean this up. So again, I don't know what that was about. I don't know if that was just trying to hedge your bet or whatever. And again, I don't have this big issue with him, but I got to call, a spade a spade. That is a mistake. That is a misstep. You can't have that happen at the same time. So yeah, they're gonna get dragged for it. That's just how it goes.
100%. It's just like pick a lane, bro. That's what I said. 100%. They just 100%. Need to pick a lane. All right, God. Here's an interesting one that we feel the writing is on the wall for this. We're looking at Windows Central here, where the report is that Xbox studio leadership reportedly detests Xbox Game Pass. So Jez writes the quote from Jason Schreier on his Triple Click podcast, where Schreier says, there are a lot of people out there in studio leadership within Xbox. So this is not like executive. These are the people who are running the teams, Think of your NXIs, think of your Obsidians, think of your Bethesdas. Be interesting to know who's who in all of this, but we don't. But it says there's a lot of people who are in studio leadership within Xbox who absolutely detest Game Pass. They think it has destroyed the value of their games, think it has taken away the value from all games in general, and has been a detriment to the games industry and those people's view because of how it devalues games. Now, this quote has gone a long way. We don't know how many, but he's saying that there are a lot of people. So your guess is as good as ours. But then Jez did some additional digging. He writes, I was curious what my own sources felt on this topic. Speaking to a former Xbox studio lead, they were pretty upfront about echoing what Schreier reported. Quote, giving games away for free, in air quotes, in Game Pass from day one sends a message to consumers that the games don't have inherent market value. It almost creates an assumption that these titles could not sell on their own. It felt like a race to zero, end quote. Jez then writes, I asked another former Xbox lead with intimate knowledge about Game Pass's strategy previously, who explained that the idea around the whole platform was to offer core games a stable revenue stream as many core users increasingly opt out for free-to-play titles or wait for deep cuts in sales, such as those found often on Steam. They explained that Xbox has an engagement formula it uses to allocate profits from Xbox Game Pass back to the studios, although some studio figures I've spoken to feel that these accounting mechanisms aren't transparent, nor are they motivating for studios whose bonuses have traditionally been tied to direct sales rather than the often vague engagement metrics. So, Cog, what is your read of this? And what do you think the future is with Game Pass? Because I also saw a clip on Twitter where it was Mike Brown, who is the Forza Horizon 5 creative director. Salute to him. He's working on a game now called Clutch that looks pretty cool. It's actually racing game with cutscenes.
I know.
Storytelling in racing games. We used to get that in the early 2000s. So I'm interested in that one.
Are you interested?
Yeah, I'm interested. I played 10 hours of Horizon 6. Bro, get me on Clutch.
You are kicking hard. That's the you know how the Forza bros. I feel you though.
I didn't review or preview or do anything for Forza Horizon 6. I know my place.
I respect
my place, Forza Bros.
That.
But he was speaking to Min Max, and it was a 2-minute clip that people should really check out. But he was just saying, like, it was a great idea. A lot of games got funded that way. A lot of studios were bought that way. Like, a lot of money started to go around the industry and really, create things, which is one of the net positives of Game Pass, even if the financials have not really worked out. But he says, like, just not enough people signed on to it. Yeah. We're talking about a guy who, again, creative director of, like, one of the most successful Game Pass games ever, if not the most. Like, how many millions, tens of millions of players have Forza Horizon 5 hit? It's ignoring PS5 releases for a moment. Like, it's a super successful game, right? So I thought his insight was really interesting. And so with that, Cog, what do you think is the future of Game Pass if so much of studio leadership does actually detest it? Doesn't just dislike it, not a fan of it, detests it.
Detest. That's a strong word. Detest is strong. Yeah, these are the discussions, right? And I think, first off, I do agree. I think my thought process mostly aligns with Mike initially. Love the idea. And remember, I am a consumer first. I don't go to car dealerships and complain when they're giving me deals on the vehicles that I want. I'm not the guy to be like, I want to pay full price. No, you want to, that's your business for financial for responsibility to figure out how that's going to work for your business, what you're giving away and all the offers and the services that you're doing. My job is to consume. And for me, selfishly, Game Pass was amazing. Now let's get to the reality part. Clearly, the swing, the attempt, the long-term goal, the North Star did not achieve its goal. That is a fact, right? So now that we've got this information out there, now that they didn't get whatever that magical number is that they said they were hoping to achieve, now we're in this new regime shift. And now, like I said, when Asha first started in her first statements, I thought it was interesting, Maddie. Few mentions, actually no mention of Game Pass initially and what it means to be Xbox. And remember when she first came on the scene, right? Yes, I was like, interesting, right? And, we're going to get into, I think we're going to talk about the day one stuff later. I don't want to go too ahead if we are. Or that's on the docket. Okay.
I don't have day one stuff.
Oh, cool. So I can talk about
it. Go ahead.
So, like, I always thought it was interesting, like, to me, where I feel like what they call that expression, canary in the coal mine,
Yeah, yeah.
with Game Pass. And it started with the reduction of the price reduction to the service, which we go, yes, that's amazing. And I'm like, y'all not paying attention to the real move. The
Mhm.
real move is Call of Duty out of the service. The real move is we have created the distinction that this game is too big. So, in my opinion, what other games are too big? You have now set a precedent. So
Mhm.
that's what I was looking at, right? So that was the kid. I was like, "Whoa, you either gonna devalue the day one aspect of it, maybe make it modular. You're doing something with it, but you're not giving it to us in our initial form because clearly you have made a decision that it doesn't work or you're going away from it on some level. You're changing gears a little bit on that level. So
Yeah.
yeah, to this, now back to the question. Do leadership detest Game Pass? There's got to be some, right? Because if we're doing
Mhm.
from a studio by studio basis, yeah, I love Mike Brown, but it's cool for Mike Brown to say, right? Because remember, he's got Forza Horizon 5 and
Mhm.
the virality of the game. But maybe if you're another studio, you say, damn, I don't know how that worked for me if part of the Xbox Game Studio, especially after the first 3 to 4 years. Remember, in the first 3 to 4 years, a game launched, the virality, like State of Decay did well on MPD. It was new. But as it became more regular, right? Then we're like, okay, then it became, of course, the game didn't sell because it's in Game Pass, right? And then the other aspect of what I do empathize with those who are on the side that they didn't like it in the building is if you have a hard and set number of how many sales I need to have for whatever success or metrics in the building, and now that changes into engagement numbers and
Mhm.
how many chickens were kicked. How many you remember those numbers and me and you used to be like,
Yeah.
all right,
Yeah.
how do you quantify that? Right? Like what
Yeah.
is, that it gets tricky, right? And I think that is a fair aspect. So my prediction is yes, I do agree with this. I think obviously Jason's reporting is spot on. Jez's follow up is spot on. Do I think it's to the extreme where it's not long for this world? Not yet, but there's going to be major changes. And my prediction is day one game. If we're going to have a world where potentially Elder Scrolls 6 and Fallout 5 are exclusive to Project Helix, again, if that is remember that's the
Yeah.
trajectory seems that they're on,
Yes.
right?
Yeah. Yeah.
You're gonna have to get that money back, B. So what do you do?
Yeah. It's already kind of lost cause for Elder Scrolls 6, the amount of time spent on that. So
You've
I
eliminated
wonder if that's what Booty was alluding to with like the exclusivity stuff. I
may
always think, yeah.
I think Imma be honest, it is he's hedging his bet, like, just in case it go left or I understand it,
He's
but you
looking
can't.
out for himself, bro.
I mean, I mean, he is the
Littlefinger will do his thing.
corporate cog will say he is the head of the Xbox Game Studio family. His responsibility is to making sure the studios make the most money. Technically, if you really think about it, multi-platform benefits him and his movement of his family of studios,
You think? Yeah.
right? So I could understand it. Let's just again, I'm speculating. I'm not saying that's exactly how he feels, but I could understand if that is one of the motivators, if that is
Yeah.
the case, or
Yeah.
he just messed up and it's a misspoke and they're gonna get back on brand or whatever. So
Mhm.
yeah, that's where I'm at with it. And I think my prediction is that day one will probably change with Elder Scrolls and Fallout. If they are to be exclusive, they would be considered too big for the service. And you
Yeah.
get that we become EA Play. You get that maybe a year, 2 years later into the service, but you ain't getting that the first year. And I think, and then we're going to see how the fan base reacts to that.
A lot of
That's
the
going to be
hardcore
interesting.
seems to be willing to accept it, I think.
Yes, 100%. I've had these polls internally, and they're like, let it die,
I
not let
think
it die.
anything that lets Xbox survive is where people's heads are at right now,
Yes,
and
that's
I
what
think
people.
Xbox there's truth to that, but I also think Xbox has people right where they want them, and it can go south quick where they're like, "Anything you need to survive, like, we got you," and, you know, from there, they're like, "Oh, they wanna give us money," and, like, that loyalty is gonna build up, and, we've seen how that goes with PlayStation a little bit
Yeah,
too, like, where Nintendo especially, like, just
yeah.
they will abuse your loyalty. They will
Oh
take
yeah.
advantage of your loyalty. I wanted to bring up this old email.
Let's go.
This was part of the FTC leaks. It was between Phil Spencer and Jean-Emile Elian. She is a software architect at Microsoft, still there. This is an email from March 19th, 2021 with the subject Game Pass relative to studios. And I thought it was quite clairvoyant what she said here, which can lead to my concluding point. Quote, my turn to say, honestly, I don't know. I don't really know what goes into closing a studio, how much funding versus personnel versus output feeds into the decision. In my mind, if a studio completely needs to prove their worth by being net value over their costs, it adds a ton of pressure to release hits on a regular basis. If a game is niche, though, too bad? Question mark. This is not armchair quarterbacking, I swear. I'm just super worried about the moat you've built, that the winds will change and we will have a bloodbath a few years down the road, especially given our peer cloud companies underestimating of the game creation process. And but by the grace of God go we. Not my job, I appreciate, so trying to train my mental model on how to think about the content side of the house to not be worried, especially where the economics have changed with Game Pass. But I just thought that part about the bloodbath years down the line was mighty clairvoyant. And now we're here. And so I think this is obviously the unwinding of that. And so when I read into sort of where leadership is at, ignoring all that, I mean, I think the writing's on the wall that just Game Pass is going to change dramatically, and day one's got to go. It's obvious. It's obvious day one's got to go. You know, over time. I don't know if they just do a Band-Aid rip, PlayStation style. They're like, yeah, you know what? Like, bye. I think you start a la carte and then pull it back from there. But I imagine there's immense pressure from some of these teams to just go back to how it was. Like, we just want to sell our game and see how our game sells. And we want, because the thing is, their bonuses are tied to this shit. And that if the metrics aren't overly transparent to them, these teams will feel like they're getting worked and that they might be able to get more money out of it. And that's what motivates a lot of these devs is like, oh, you hit a milestone. Right. Here's a payout. The game sold X amount of copies. Here's a payout. Like, right. These bonuses go a long way with these teams, right? So when they don't know what their bonus is tied to or how they can successfully hit that, right. An easy way to do that is like, okay, if I make, it obviously doesn't go exactly like this, but if I make the best possible game and people like it and they talk about it and that sells and more people hear about how good it is and that continues to sell, I will make more money. It's real simple for the worker there. So I would not be surprised if they try to untangle and go more PS Plus with it, which is like, hey, maybe third party, some day one stuff here or there. But otherwise, it's a library that accompanies our exclusive catalog of games that you will buy.
I just think about Cobra Commander right now. He got to be popping it.
Oh, bro.
He's always been skeptical of Game Pass. And to his credit, you know, he's always stayed consistent. You know, I've never counted it. My issue was just like, that's for them to figure out. Like, I'm not here to play financial analyst when it comes to me getting the deal. Like, that's just where I'm at with it. But if you're a person, in fairness to him, who cares about, you know, how things work, right? And there's a lot of people who want to know how the sausage is made and stuff. It was just, you know, intellectual curiosity. And to his fairness, he was just like, yeah, I don't know how to math. And now we're having a clear example of chinks in the armor. And like you said, old emails resurfacing. Obviously, now you got the report from, you know, internally that some studio heads are like, yeah, man, we can't wait to, you know, kind of thing. And, you know, that's fair. So, look, at the end of the day, I think the Xbox community, I can only speak for the Xbox community in the sense that when the Game Pass existed, it was the best deal of gaming. People absolutely loved it. And there's a lot of people who love the platform for this still. And they will have some negative pushback if they do this. There will be some, for sure. But there are many who I think agree with you and the core, like, look, if we got to do this to survive and we have exclusive and the platform lives, then we got to do what we got to do as well. So
the thing that I think will benefit Xbox in this is, let's say they start off with this a la carte Game Pass approach.
Yeah.
I think even if they remove day one, if people are like, okay, I can keep the library and I can still, like, I can remove Fortnite and Classic and whatever, I can remove Ubisoft and, like, they still get it for cheaper. I think that might be a little helpful to that person where they're like, okay, like, I'm still going to save money. And the thing that benefited Game Pass for so long, to Xbox's credit, was it was forget about it money. You were getting such dominant values. Like, yeah, you want to take 15 a month? Sure. But as that number's gone, even now, it's still too expensive, I think. It's not forget about it money. You have to think about like $23 a month for Ultimate. Like, you really do. if you can get that under 20 by removing some of those perks and get it closer to 15, that's huge.
Yeah, absolutely.
Huge.
This is what me and Jez were talking about. Jez was recently on ILP this past Sunday. And that's one thing I didn't think about. Like, again, going back to, remember, the reason why Asha got the big PR win during the call, no one cared about it. They were like, yo, the price went down, right?
Yeah.
Right. So once the price went down, you give modularity, like you said, hey, I don't even use this, or I just want that.
Yeah.
And you allow me to get it in the price pocket I want, that could be a successful play for me.
Yeah. I think with that, though, again, the writing's on the wall with day one, like taking Call of Duty out. I can't imagine looking at Horizon 6 and being like, oh, man, like, how many millions of dollars did they lose just by putting that in Game Pass? Like, that's a huge game for them. I know there's a lot of microtransactions and there's ways that will make it up, but I gotta imagine they're like, dude, so many people, like, after the fucking hype with this game, the location, the PS5 port doing numbers, like, people would have paid so much for this thing, man. Like, no one would have skipped out. Like, why did we do this? So I feel like that's got to be like the final.
Yeah.
That plus going exclusive, and it's like, well, now people really need to buy these things, man. Like, we saw last time you did Game Pass plus exclusives. Like, we saw what happened to id. Half the team got cut. Like, we can't have that happen again. So you got to sell these things. Well, speaking of games that need to sell, Halo. Rebs Gaming has leaked the future roadmap for Halo. Here are some bullet points for you all to mull over alongside the Dukes. The original roadmap for the upcoming games was 3 games in 3 years, beginning with the Campaign Evolved remake that we just got. Project Ecker and a new campaign were meant to be released during the 3-year window, but both have been canceled. And now before I even go any further, because there were some people who were trying to throw skepticism on Reb's name here. Everything he has leaked has come true. Specifically, when I played Campaign Evolved with the prequel missions, I was like, oh, he's got people in the building. Like, everything.
Snitching.
Yeah,
100%.
everything that he said about that game, true. So
yes,
I'm inclined to believe this.
Absolutely.
He said after Ecker became a Warzone super big team game, it actually went full circle. They made it a battle royale game again before fully canceling development. Halo Studios has no campaign or multiplayer in development currently. Dev teams are quickly trying to make concepts for the next game so it can finally begin. There is uncertainty internally whether Halo 2 or 3 remakes will actually be made. Nobody at the studio has heard of the Halo MMO. Ecker was meant to be possibly soft launched or at least revealed at Halo Fest this year, but it obviously isn't anymore. There likely isn't any new game announcement at Halo Fest. Best case scenario is that they reveal there's some new game entering development, and they are now considering DLC for Campaign Evolved. And I promise you on that last bullet point, they're only considering it because it's the only fucking thing they can do right now. If this whole list is true, that is literally the only thing they can do now that they can sell to you soon. This is bad, dude. This is like studio shutdown bad. Their whole shit got canceled, dude. Let's treat this as fact for a moment. Let's say you're in that building right now. You're about to ship this remake. Okay. We have read multiple times this remake ain't even by them. It's been outsourced. So the value you provide is what you are working on. Ecker, new campaign. Nothing's in development. And this is years after they restarted with, dude, it's not Unreal Engine. It's Slipspace was never the problem at this point. From my point of view, I'm like, it's y'all. I feel so bad for the people there that probably know all this with their leadership issues. And they're like, we hear you. We know there's nothing we can do. I feel so bad for the people who work there, man.
Yeah,
I really do. Because this seems like such a fucking unbelievably impossible scenario. But I could go on and I will. But Cog, I want to hear from you.
It's atrocious. It's atrocious, bro. Like, what more? It's like I'm tired of just beating up on them, but it's just like
this reminds me of can we talk about this real quick?
Let's go. Let's get it.
I'm taking you off topic for a moment here.
No, please do.
When I sent you the Harada tweet where he's like getting invited to the cookout and he was afraid of it. He was getting cooked and beat up, and he's like, no, it's an honor. But they're getting invited to the cookout.
They get invited to the they get invited to the cooked out.
Yes, absolutely.
Bro, it's just all right. 3 games, right, in 3 years. That was the plan. So that means outside of CE Remake, which, like you said, it's been outsourced, You don't have a multiplayer. You don't have a single player. You don't have any content for Infinite, right? With the last thing you did.
Forgot about that.
Right. You don't have any role. Remember, think about Infinite in name only suggests more content, platform as a service, more. You don't have that. Okay, now we say, well, because you don't have that, all the problems you have is the engine, Unreal will fix it all. You don't have the next, at least from this reporting, we don't know of any subsequent project. What are you doing? What are you doing? So this is, again, gross mismanagement. Again, if the reporting is to be said, I would love for them to come out and debunk. You know what I would like? I know what I want.
Let's hear. What do you want?
I want, you know how like Hugo Martin came outside, they're like, yo, their studio's in disarray. They ripped you for shreds, right? Hugo was like, nah, bro, let me tell you what's going on. Like, look, all right, look, we was here since 2016. I get it. I want the Matt Singh. Yo, all y'all dudes don't know what y'all talking about. Obsidian, we just as strong as we ever. Where's that from this dude? Where's the statement that come out?
They definitely can't, bro.
Bro, that's what you know. Because the dudes are active. They're not even dry snitching. They are actively going to everybody. To Rebs, this is so bad. I know a lot of y'all listen to this podcast. Again, from an executive level, from the studio level. This is so bad. I implore you. Again, I am not in the business of trying to make people lose their jobs, but I implore you to really take a deep look at this studio. This is awful culture. This is awful mismanagement. There's just no dancing around this. Remember, I told you this and Initiative are the biggest stains on the whole brand to me. Like, you can't walk around. It's like, remember when Initiative, things were going bad, and then they brought the dudes, the Crystal D dudes with the Crystal. Like, we need internal affairs. Like, internal affairs got to come in. They got to come in with the shirts and say, okay, everybody get away from your workstation. Get away from you. We are now going to go through the forensics of what everyone has been doing.
Yeah.
And we will report to you, and we're reporting to Asha to let her know what's been going on here. And nobody in the studio heard of Halo MMO. Nobody knows what's going on. Nobody knows what the next project is. Then we was told Halo 2 and 3 remake, yo, remember the plan was multi-platform push, Halo 1 remake. Now we're going to do Halo 2 remake. Now, in their defense, what I think that might be, this is just speculation, that might be the Asha effect with, okay, because remember, we did hear in the rumors are in the 11th hour, they wanted to pull the Fables and the Halos off of PlayStation. I mean, they literally, Ball and Booty are literally saying we had to honor commitments. It was that late in the game because they wanted to come with a unified approach with Gears E-Day, Clockwork, and 2 other games. You say Fable, Halo. These are core tentpoles to Xbox. We're not going to put it over there. But due to contractual situations, it's probably too late. Optics will look terrible. It was so late in the game. So I'm going to guess that the reason why the 2 and 3 remakes were probably on is maybe they don't want to do that approach anymore where it's like, hey, because let's be honest.
That's a really good point. Nah, that's good.
Let's be honest. Me and you both, we're going to get into campaign involved. We're going to discuss the nature of who's that for, right? We're going to get into that. So that's my new theory for that. I'm going to give them a slight pass with that. Everything else, there is no pass. And y'all got to go to the judge. Y'all got to go. This is, the galley is there. Like, you got to go. It's your trial now. And it's an execution out here. You know how she moving. So this is your resume. This is what you have to show for us.
Yeah, dude. I don't know, man. It's just they're not. The thing is that I'm sure Campaign Evolved will sell decently to great. I don't know. It's like if a whole other team mostly worked on it and this is mostly managerial, then like, what value do you bring? And how are you guys just not an endless burn rate that is putting a hole in our pocket if you're Xbox? And that's why I'm like, I saw Chris put this on Twitter, and I kind of agree with it after everything I've experienced, which is just like, just ice it for a while, bro. Like, I remember Mass Effect had to go through the same thing.
Mhm.
Just put it on ice, make it public, be like, look, just like, yeah, there's no salvaging this right now. Like, we
Mm,
just really need to go back to the drawing board.
mm,
Watch, Chris said this as well. Watching Halo wither away, watch it get mismanaged in the ground. I'd rather miss it and be like,
mm.
man, I want Halo back.
Yeah.
It's the same. To be fair, there is some. I always say this. There's always a layer of truth to what Todd said about missing things.
Yeah.
My man just got a little overboard with it, you know.
It's obvious, it.
You know that, like, I don't want, exactly. I don't want to miss things for like 11 years. You know, that's a whole third of my life. I'd like to miss things for like a few years, 5 years, maybe. You know, like go away for a while, come back then, nice and
Mhm.
renewed. Now, Halo is just, if this report is true that they got nothing going on right now and they're pitching right now, and all we got is this fine remake. Dude, I don't know what your future is, man. You are offering no value. You offer more. I've said this before, and doesn't me talking my shit for a moment, but like, you
Mhm.
offer more books than games and entertainment on like the thing that this is known for. In what world is that acceptable? I'm not even trying to be a dick, dude. Like, just, I feel like they have to know and be like, yeah, it's like, I don't know how this studio survives. Again, if they're not making anything and they spend all these years transitioning away to a new commonly used tech stack, they're able to
Yeah.
easily hire the best talent in the world that knows Unreal Engine, and you're still running into issues about getting projects off the ground. This IP is way too precious to be just fucked around like this, man. I'd be saying some of this stuff if it was like talking about like Hellblade. I'd be like, still, what are we doing here? You know, but like when it's Halo, you cannot deny the cultural impact and like what it means to watch it just get fucked
Yeah,
around
bro.
with for so long. It's just unsustainable.
Yeah.
Where like, you know, oh, it's the engine. Oh, it was the old leadership crew. Like, what is it now? And if they get out of this, right? Because they remember they got out of this with a name change and a new tech stack.
New name, new year, new me.
They got out of it with that, bro. We're
Yeah.
like, oh, we thought there was gonna be more change than
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
So if they get out of this and it's like, yeah, and we're actually, here's the next chapter in Halo coming straight from Halo Studios. We're teasing that now. Whoever's the wordsmith in the building who's capable of swaying everyone from Phil, Sarah, and Co. to now Asha and them, that is a persuasion check 100 out of 100 that I'd love to see in person.
Mhm.
I just don't know how you explain yourself out of this one. Like,
Yeah.
I just
Yeah.
don't.
I think, like I said, my prediction is Asha is aware. They're in their ramp up phase with a release of a game. They are going to wait until cadence has passed, and
Yes.
then we will get the judgment because there's
What do you think, in
no,
August?
it might be soon, bro. There's no universe based on what we know about her. See, here's the thing. We could say, you know, care about, the tentpole franchise. One thing she care about is money, resources, and not being efficient. Right. And remember, I said that indictment of how unhealthy the business was. You could literally take every bullet point she made and apply it to Halo Studios and say they are guilty as charged on every last one of those things. 14 layers of the thing, mismanagement, too big, all that. And again, we want to be
She was
clear.
just subtweeting them the whole time.
Yeah, like literally, it's a subtweet. She throwing it subliminal to me. And again, I want to be clear. For every hard-working developer at Halo Studios, this is not for you.
Yeah.
Right? We're talking about on a managerial level, right? On a structure, on an outline. What is your roadmap? What are you presenting, right? You have Obsidian in the building. Look at the multiple IPs that came out. Look at all the things that came out during our tenure here.
Mhm.
And you have Halo Studios. 3 years, 3 games in 3-year projects, nothing to show for post Infinite. Because when did Infinite release? I'm bugging now. What year did Infinite release? That's around the series
That was
console.
2021, end of 2021.
So it's 2021. So now we're 5 years.
Yeah.
You don't have a project ready to go outside of this, which is not out. This is not you. This is an outsourced situation.
Mhm.
Which again, that's what I'm saying. That's what makes it look so bad. I could understand if you had things ready to go. Yo, this is the next. This is horrible. So yeah, they're gonna get it. They're gonna
Yeah.
get it, and
Yeah.
I think it's coming.
Because people are like, like we're kind of calling out like Rebs saying like they're at, 72 days ago, Rebs said they're actively developing the next mainline Halo game, Halo Next.
Okay.
Um, 77 days ago, Halo 2 and 3 remake are definitely happening in active development, but like I think the thing he's communicating here is like the plans changed, you
Right.
know.
So for that,
What
just
you brought up about the remakes is interesting, but like I think with the cancellation of Ecker, like something went wrong.
yeah, something definitely went wrong there
Yeah.
and changed scope. But just in fairness to them, he say Halo Next is still going on. Like I want to be fair. Like if Halo Next is still in development, then yeah, I hope it wows and I hope it
Unless
comes
there's
out.
another category they fit into, but it says no campaign or multiplayer in development.
So then that's a
That's
no.
Halo.
Yeah.
Those
Sorry.
only
Yeah.
two
So
things
yeah,
Halo
yeah,
can
yeah.
be.
Yeah. So I
Yeah.
guess Halo. Because he just said Halo Studios has a known campaign, a multiplayer. And again, I don't want to, for those who are listening, and this is multiple reporting. Remember, it's him who's got very airtight sources. It's their Jez with a follow up, and like I said, I've heard similar things like this for a long time. So yeah,
Mhm.
judgment day will be coming, and then we'll see
Yeah.
what happens.
I mean, that's the thing I'm gonna wait for at this point. Is
Yeah.
like I have very strong opinions on this team,
Yeah.
but like, at the end of the day, when those changes come, that's when we'll truly know what's happening.
Exactly what's happening at that point.
Well, colleague, this next one's for you. Speaking of Halo, let's talk Bungie. Um, Joe Ziegler's out. I'll read his memo, and then I want to know what you think about your beloved, what the future looks like. Says, hey everyone, I got a bit of an announcement to make. Today, Friday, will be my last day at Bungie, and I'll be passing the torch of game director to the very capable and amazing hands of Del Schaff 3, who will guide the game forward alongside the creative director, Julia Nardine. Both of them have been operating in a strong leadership capacity for the team and are ready to guide Marathon into the next chapter in an even better and brighter future. I'm proud of them, and I'm excited to see them helm the future of this crazy little world we've created together. As for me, I'll be heading into something new somewhere else, and we'll update you on where and what soon. I just want to say deeply heartfelt thank you to all of you who supported me and Marathon in our windy mission to bring a dark and terrifying space survival frontier to your screen. The mission will continue in new and surprising ways, so stay tuned for what this team has in store for you. It's been a pleasure seeing all the stories you've created, all the clever ways you've found ways to murder robots and one another. Hopefully, as I move on to new things, you'll join me for those adventures. Much love to the Marathon community and to all my friends and colleagues at Bungie. May we cross paths again. Keep it weird, keep it real. Is it over?
Not to sound morbid, but it don't look good. It don't look good. The patient barely has a pulse. And I hate to say this, man. I'm the positive guy. I'm the guy that
Barely has a pulse.
yeah, bro. It's not good. Look, Ziegler, and again, unless you tell me this guy just got Netflix came and dropped him the crazy bag. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you get because we got another story. Another person recently left. I think it was. I don't know if that's on the docket with the VP of engineering from Xbox. I don't know if that was on the docket.
I didn't throw that in there because Jez kind of put water on it, but
Yeah.
you
So
can go
good.
ahead.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
yeah, good call for not including because it. Yeah. If it was one of those situations, it's like, yo, Ziegler, you came from Valorant. You've got this tremendous PvP background. We're creating the future of PvP. We want you to head it. We're throwing this boatload of cash. We backing the bricks truck up, boy. Bro, get your bag. I ain't even mad at you. Do your thing. Netflix gaming or whoever it is gaming, do your thing because you got a superstar, right? That's a cool. This man, the step that, to me that denotes either one, the disgust in the future, the direction of his baby that he wants no part of. This man signed up during a very tenuous period, right? And willing to take on the challenge, and for the most part, is beloved for the marathon hardcore. Because I know about Dusty fans stand down. Y'all being a little too disrespectful, and I get it. I get it with the I told you so's and you hate I get it. But let's be respectful to the marathon community for once, right? For the people who love this game and it's PvP and it's weird, it's a good game. It's just niche as hell, but it's good, right? This guy gets it. From a core gameplay standpoint, it's amazing. Now it comes down to okay, what are they going to do? Apparently, they have this PvP mode, PvE mode, excuse me, coming out. They had some things they were trying to do to weather the storm. To me, what this denotes is he is either a not a fan of the direction of what Sony intends to do with this studio and with their long-term direction, and it says, you know what? I'm good, you know, or I don't hate to say forcing out. I don't know who this Del Shafe is. This just reads to me like I'm gonna play nice, save face as far as not be disruptive on my way out.
Yep.
I don't want to alarm the
You're a
community
pro.
by saying anything very inflammatory. But I'm moving on, and this doesn't look good. This is the one that Sony bet on. Sony said Marathon is going to continue, right? Do you see these player counts, Maddie?
Last I saw 5,000 concurrent.
Bro, this is horrible. And it's to the point now. I think
Just don't get the whole doubling down on it. I don't.
this is a colossal rake. So to me, the path forward, if I'm guessing just based on the trajectory, this look again, we're whittling you down to dust. And eventually you may not exist. And I hate even saying this kind of stuff. I just don't see any positive outcome from a game that for the most part people like, don't love, and the incumbent people are screaming from the rooftops. I think the Destiny 3 petition is up to 400K now. Somebody told me. I was like, oh my God. Yeah.
Wow.
Someone just showed. I was like, God. And I still think if we did Steam DB or whatever right now, Destiny's out destroyed. I'm seeing Destiny content creators still making videos about, yo, this was going on this week in a game that has no content roadmap for the future. Here's what's going, and people are like, yo, look at the crazy builds I'm still playing Destiny.
Playing right now
How many?
on Destiny 2 on Steam, and then Marathon is at 13K in the last 24 hours.
So 13K for who and who? What was the number? Okay.
Sorry, I was like trying to fight off the sneeze that whole time. Marathon is at 13K in the last 24 hours.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
Yeah, not keeping you alive though. And Marathon is 54K. Or sorry, Destiny 2 is 54K in the last 24 hours.
54. Verse 13.
Yeah.
54 for the day game with no roadmap, no content. 54.
Fun game to play. Number 31 in top sellers too, according to store data here. Not bad.
Insane, brother. Yeah. So look, I hope I'm wrong. I really want to be wrong. I'm pulling. I have friends in that building. I love that. This is one of my favorite studios of all time.
Yeah, dude.
I just don't see I don't see a path the way this is going. And Sony's on some. We ain't listening to nothing nobody say. They don't care about no petition. They whatever. So
yeah.
Based on that trajectory, I'm gonna have to say they don't want to do Destiny 3. They are going to grind them to dust. And I fear the day we do Duke, and I'm going to have to read that headline. And you're going to be like, Cog, you want a moment? Do you want to gather yourself?
You want a moment?
You go, I can see it. You're going to be like, Cog, I know this is going to be a tough one for you today. Like, and I'm going to have my box of tissues and I'm going to read through obituary. I don't want to put that energy out there, but I feel like it's going to be a repass in my future.
Yeah.
Let me talk about the good old days and how it used to be, So, yeah.
This is, it's truly staggering because their road to recovery is very clear, right? If I'm going to armchair game exec for a moment, it's like, okay, a lot of people at Bungie are going to lose their jobs no matter what. We can trim them down. I think they basically should get the BioWare treatment at this point. You get one more project. We're going to trim you down to a skeleton crew. You are going to start the foundational work for the next Destiny video game. We're going to keep you at that skeleton crew size until that prototype is ready to be expanded upon, and then we will scale you up. So you will be a low-cost live service investment that will, at the very least, have a pretty significant day one pop.
Right.
Like, that's the best I think they've got right now for a future, because it's not Marathon. It's just not. And that's the thing I don't get is like, what kind of stubbornness is this? From the consumer point of view? I'm like, can I even bring a real life example of this? I don't think I've ever seen this before where like, I'm trying to think of a homie I know where it's like, bro, you just got to like that fitting in. He's like, no, I'm flying. Like, but it's I don't even know if I've had that encounter. I've never seen someone just so like till they're blue in the fucking face. Like, no, this is the way. Like, we're gonna bet on Marathon. To their credit, it's like they're hanging with it. you know?
Yeah.
Like, I'm not saying, hey, you gotta like full send, abandon ship, but like
Yeah.
it's very clear in this live service boomer bust genre, the game is a bit different, right?
Mhm.
I will say, no, not everyone's built like Bethesda Game Studios, who just tend to find a way when they hang with their games. You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
everyone thought 76, myself included, was dead as a
That's true.
doornail, and they found a way. But does Marathon have an upcoming TV show or something tied to it that is going to give it this boost? Like, is there any sort of transmedia? They did transmedia marketing all the way through. Most of us
Right.
missed it.
Yeah.
It just
No,
seems like a bad investment right now.
in
That's
the
all.
no, you're right. And in the past, Bungie did have this in them. Bungie was me and Chris did an amazing Sacred Symbols Plus
Mm.
about a week and a half ago about the whole situation. They were he laughed when I used example. Like they were the kid who would like cruise and flunk the midterm, but when it came to the final, when it came to that last market period, when you got to have that A, they always pulled it. But you can't do it.
They're clutch.
Yeah, when you have all your staff gutted, you're completely
All the
controlled by
heroes are gone.
all the
No.
heroes are gone. You're completely controlled by an entity that does not care about anything you talking about right now. That's the problem. And now you got all the luminaries leaving, the people who could provide the comeback, right? All of those people are gone. That's when you know it's really dark right now. So yeah, look, I'm hoping, I'm praying. I hope one day we wake up and Sony says, look, man, do you know the pop what it would be if we go to a Sony State of Play and they just have a Destiny logo and say Destiny will continue?
Mm.
The I'm talking grown man tears.
Oh yeah.
People would go that's how much goodwill they can earn. But I've never seen this level of stubbornness from Sony. Like this is and again, in defense of my Destiny guy, now I'm gonna defend y'all. Like, bro, when Sony came out and said, and we're still doing live service, I was like, see, you don't read the room right. You're an idiot. Like you know the dude that do not read the room. I was like, bro, are
No
you
social
kidding me?
awareness.
Yeah, and it's like the homie that you said that keep trying to force some whack fit, and we like, bro, that ain't outfit, ain't it? No, don't do that, bro. And then he like, yeah, and I'm still gonna wear the plaid next week, and I'm like, no, that ain't it. You got the fly outfit right here. Everybody say you look like Maddie in his video when you do this. Put on the glasses, put on the fly stuff, get grown and sexy with Destiny, and we will love you. Nah, this whack plaid. I'm still like, what are we doing? I'm sorry, Sony. You got to go. I know I'm gonna stop kicking the hardest nest with the PlayStation.
No,
I know they
bro,
get
but
mad at me,
this is
but
your baby. They bought your baby, dude, and like
yeah.
they have completely fucked this thing, man. And to be fair,
And to
so
be
Bungie
fair,
has fucked
Bungie as well.
themselves.
Yeah, Bungie as well.
You know,
To be fair, I know what type of girl she is. I get it. She plays like she weigh. You know what I'm saying? Like I get it. I get it. I'm not saying she is not guilty. I get it. But this is the moment of truth where both sides have to put their pride together, put aside for the benefit of what's the right move. And that's why I like the option to bring it full forward. We're worried about long term, but we all agree Xbox needs Fallout games. Xbox needs Elder Scrolls to come out. Xbox needs all these big franchises to stop being dormant. Let's get let's work on this. Yeah, stuff may take a little bit, but that's the right call.
yeah,
Destiny is the right call.
yeah, I
PlayStation,
agree.
come
It's
on.
survivor's call, man. Like, and
Yeah.
I just can't. I mean, again, we've learned through the linear analytics estimates, even if they're like off by like 50%, like Steam was by and large a dominant fucking platform for Marathon. If their player count's that low, then you know that the trickle down effect when you look at Xbox and PlayStation, like just by law of numbers, like it's lower there too, even lower. It's just
Yeah.
like, are they pushing like 20, 30K people?
I know.
How many people are actually spending money now? I
Yeah. Yeah.
don't think it's enough, bro. I just don't. So I'm
Yeah.
wishing them the very best. I
Yeah.
feel very, very bad. You know, I in playing Campaign Evolved, there's just some new shit in there where I'm just like, man, like that Bungie touch is like so rare.
Yeah. 100%.
And I wish all there's things they did weren't like vaulted away where you could actually, take a package and experience it all. And so I could enjoy a new wave of, oh wow, Bungie still, they got that, just that touch. They just get it, right? Uh Wishing them the best though, man, but it's looking really bad here. Cog, let me share in your misery. Circana shared some dooming news for physical game lovers. Or did they? Are you ready for me to get really fucking messy here?
All right, let's get it. Let's get it.
We got some news here.
All right.
Chris Drink said 1,000 sales would have got you number 9 in the UK physical charts last week, right? Matt Piscatella.
Mm-hmm.
There's 2 PlayStation video games sold more than 10K physical units in the United States during the week ending July 11, 2026. 7 have sold more than 100,000 physical units year to date. So throughout this year, only 7 PlayStation games have sold over 100,000 units.
Mm.
Now, Cog.
Yeah.
Pretty bad, right?
I mean, it doesn't sound the greatest number. Doesn't sound the
No.
strongest number.
Certainly not. It's not, right? Now, with this, the people have been heard, right? The digital bros have taken the offensive, stormed out and said, I don't want to see y'all in that flannel. A lot of you dudes out here frauding. Look at these numbers. Who's actually buying physical then? Loud minority, vocal minority. I knew it, right? I respect Matt Piscatella. So I say this with all due respect that these numbers are, in my opinion, staggeringly skewed.
Break it down. Break it down.
When I see 7 games, 100 plus K, I'm like, that's a really low floor. And granted, it's PlayStation only, but that could be their business. And if so, could be knee bend worthy, bro. But then I found just a couple of weeks ago this interesting little bit of research here done by Alinea Analytics. I'm going to do some real-time math with you, Cog. Right, the games that have come out in 2026, right? Okay. So here's Resident Evil Requiem, which, by the way, had headlines about the physical copy selling out, right? According to Alinea Analytics, 27.8% of those copies sold on PlayStation, which was 3.5 million, were sold physically. Do you want to know what that amounts to?
What does it amount to?
945,000.
Interesting.
That's not close to 100K. PlayStation has an estimated 2 million copies sold for 007 First Light, which only just came out a few short months ago, Cog.
Yeah, I remember that.
According to Alinea Analytics, 21% of those copies sold are physical. Do you want to know what the number is for that?
Yeah, let's get the numbers.
420,000.
It's more than 100.
Okay. That's way more than 100. Here's another fun one. Crimson Desert. 1.9 million copies sold on PlayStation. Physical, 19.9%. That amounts to 361,000 copies sold physically. And then my favorite one, Football Club 2026.
Big game.
Pretty big game. 5.1 million units sold on PlayStation alone. A meager 12% of those, though, physical. These are the ball and gun gamers, right?
Right.
612,000 ball and gun gamers left their house to buy this game. I find the 100K floor to be disingenuous and completely misleading here. If you were to ask me, Maddie, does this change anything? I say it changes nothing for 2 reasons. One, this has already been established that digital has been dominant. Right. So we're trying to figure out how dominant. Right. And that's fine and fair. But to this extent, again, those who have been fighting, and yeah, there are many people who are fighting against what Sony's doing who only buy digital. I'm going to protect them for a moment here. They're fighting against it because they know Sony is trying to put the storefronts on a stranglehold. Right. So they can have complete price controlling in a system right now that has no refund options that are good, no gifting options that are good, or even exist. I almost said that are good. That is why there are a lot of digital bros fighting against this. If you are going to take options away, what's happening with digital ownership? Can I trade in, sell, lend these digital video games? That fundamental misunderstanding is so widespread that I was appalled by how many people saw this and went, sorry, dude, it's over. I'm like, what's over? The fight has always been about 2 things. 1, physical games are niche and deserve to exist as such. people will happily pay a price that is higher for a game that, by the way, still makes profit when it's sold physically to make ends meet for you, because it is a niche thing and there are people who will go that distance. And if you want to off-ramp us with a additional little disk drive, that is for that very specific community. And I think the numbers represent that quite well. Although I do think the numbers also show, in a lot of games cases, a quarter of their sales for specific platforms, specifically the one that is marching physical games to their death, are finding that physical games, almost 1 million copies sold physically for Resident Evil 9, probably more than that now, given how well the game is sold. That's an unbelievable statistic. But I'm hearing all the time how dead it is. And it's funny to see the numbers increasing on the games that are fully on the disc versus those that are just license keys, effectively. But that even the games that are just license keys for the ball and gun gamers, over 500,000 of them on one platform went out and bought that shit physically. The fight has always been about, this is a more niche, enthusiast-driven thing, and it deserves to exist not only for balance in the market, which is good for the consumer, but also because this is the way you retain and maintain a hardcore fan. The people like us who got the crazy backgrounds, the people who are kind enough to watch us and spend time with us every week, who also love to fill their room with the things they love and not just have it be installed on their hard drive. That is what it's always been for. But the second point has always been, the fight has been about, okay, if you're going to march in this direction, what are my rights as a consumer? We've always known physical has been the minority to some extent. Right. And in some cases, I think people will hear those estimates and realize that physical is still selling pretty fucking decently, all things considered, for this all digital future. Like, if it's in the 5 to 10 percentile in some cases, but it's also giving you such a skewed point of view. Nintendo just dropped Rhythm Groove Heaven, or whatever the fuck it's called. And in Japan alone, it sold over 500,000 copies physically. Tamagotchi Life in Japan alone sold 1.4 million units physically. What the fuck are we talking about with this shit being dead, dying, irrelevant enough to not be supported when we're getting those types of sales? Combine all those numbers together. Do the math for me. I'm not going to bother. It's like, what are we talking about at this point? I'm not out here trying to deny it till I'm blue in the face that like physical games are this dominant force.
Right. Because that's what they're going to say. They're going to say, Maddie, the numbers, the percentages, they're going to say.
These are the numbers.
Okay.
These are the numbers, dude. That's my whole point, is like, it's always been the same. And for those of you who are literally licking the ass of Sony, bro, like being like, well, they're not making that much money. It's like, I don't fucking care. And neither should any of you. Neither should any of you. About when I say how much money they make specifically, by the way, like we talk about Xbox, like there are things that are reasonable for their business. It is unreasonable for us to be bending over backwards because Sony's making $20 less on a video game, and they couldn't say jack the price up on physical and be like, hey, we'll keep physical around because we see a lot of you are buying it. They're choosing to outright remove that option because they want to make more money off the back of those of you who are willing to eat it up. Or those of you who don't care enough. And that's fine too. My goal is not to convince you to play games the way I do, to convince you to go buy games the way I do. For me, games don't end with physical. I will still be a gamer through and through. But pretending that this is like not like that, this is actually that this has changed. Sorry, I'm losing my train of thought here.
No, you're good.
Pretending this has changed anything, what people have been fighting for this whole time, or that people have been fraudulent about what they've been fighting for, is deliberately missing the point. And those who have been sharing these headlines didn't look 2 headlines deeper. When Colin first shared this with me, I said to him, I was like, damn, kind of wind out of my sails. Not going to lie. I spent 5 minutes and found all of this. I was like, and it's not even like I'm doing the whole,
I got you.
Here's my corner of the internet with my supporting. I'm like, let me,
here's
like,
my echo chamber to fight you.
I'm like, let's see how bad it really is. And I start finding these things, bro. I'm like, dude, it's so obvious this is a for-profit play, a marginal play, a corporate greed play, dude. And I can't sit here and be like, yeah, we're the minority, but that means it's got to go away entirely.
Right.
Again, the point to emphasize here, in my opinion, is that when you look at Dr. Circan Toto's analysis in 2020, where he broke down, here's how much physical games make after the manufacturing, here's how much they make in third party, and here's how much first party would make, and here's how much they do in digital. All of that's accounted for. The solution has always been to, because you want to go all digital, jack up the price on physical, create the off-ramp, because many people will be like, I'm going to go digital because it's cheaper over here. And it'll gradually decline on its own. But this ripping of the Band-Aid is just because they simply don't trust that might not work, because they know gamers are absolutely the most stubborn consumers, and their ability to move with the trends that benefit their business are not necessarily what they'll always do. And so this kind of force feeding, I don't know, man. I just I'm very skeptical of what has been shared because of the way it's been framed. The numbers are accurate.
Right.
Yeah, it's 100K plus, but I look at some of those fucking numbers. I'm like, I don't know, bro. If these estimates are even like half true, I don't know. So it doesn't change much for me. I'm like, it's doom and news for sure, but like from one particular angle and not accounting for another platform that does physical very well.
Look, I get it. And I think to me, what the part of what you said that I agree with the most is the fight for the optionality, the fight for that niche space, because we would be considered the hardcore evangelist who gets who brings the casual in, right? Who brings them to the platform. So to me, the issue, the real big issue, like we talked about earlier, is digital preservation, them having full control over a closed ecosystem. If you think about it, right, having full control as the platform holder, you get to say how it go. And for me, like I said, the scariest thing was actually the removal of the PlayStation 3 and the Vita store. That to me was the canary to go by. Like at any
it
time,
can just go, right? That's
it can go as the cops agree. They
they're honking. They're like, "Go, Maddie, go, cock."
You know what I mean? So look, that's the fight. So I that's where I empathize, and I do stand with the physical bros in terms of like, yo, you can't just do that without providing any options, without saying what the path forward is going to be, and just rip it away and not respond. That is so disrespectful. That to me is the most egregious. We do not care what you think. You're going to fall in line and you're going to do what you're told. And that is something I will never co-sign. So I will take talking too much from a company. I don't like this. This right here is bro, that is like, yo, shut the F up. We doing what we going to do. And you go bend the knee, you gonna like it. That's what that is. That is pure, like, bro, we got you and we know you can't do nothing. You never want to empower someone like that. And that to me is why I like people, you guys still not letting it go. And I respect it. I respect it.
Yeah. I think people miss the point of the fight. It's not to take it down one notch here.
All right, let's go. Let's take it down.
Actually, no, I'm not taking it down a notch, but like, it's just a matter of like
keeping it there.
Because it's like, it's more like the thing that annoys me is the people who deliberately miss the point because they're fanboys, dude. Like, that's the thing, is that it's one, and there's so many of them that are actually, it's hurting what people are trying to fight for, which affects the fanboys. To bring it down at a tenth of a notch here, though, is that people need to understand that the fight is not about nostalgia. It's not, I want to experience my fucking childhood again and go buy a sealed copy, smell the plastic wrapping, rip it open. Oh, remember when I was a little kid and I tabbed through the instruction manual on the ride home? Yeah, that makes me feel warm and fuzzy, but it's none of that shit, dude. As a grown man, it is about a storefront that is ready to fuck you sideways.
Straight up.
It has always been about that. And whether you like digital or you like physical, I don't fucking care. It's about the fact that your rights as a consumer are being threatened. There is no clarity on what PlayStation is doing with your digital library as they remove the physical option.
Preach.
And when you are fighting for that with no information,
zero,
that is the problem.
Scary.
It is. I hate to say it, bro. It is. And we see this all over the world with all various topics, but with digital ownership not being where it needs to be and everyone being like, get the fuck over it, Maddie, or whatever the fuck people are going to say. It's like, it's genuinely stunning. It's genuinely stunning how people are so desperate to be right that they don't give a fuck about losing content. The person who owns this network, he literally almost lost everything and threatened to quit gaming and burn down this entire organization with it. Let that sink in, right?
That's the
he had one fucking bullet graze him and he was like, I'm done.
That's what
and this can be the guy from the Microsoft account that got his stuff back. Thank goodness.
100%.
This can be other people who have trophy hunters who had the same thing happen to Colin, happen to them, but they didn't get helped out. This defense of radio silent Sony is so absurd to me because again, people think I'm putting one on a pedestal while pushing down another.
No.
But I'll say this, at least Xbox with the hacked person fixed that, made it public. But there were a lot of people beneath that were like, yo, where the fuck is like, yeah, I had the issue too.
Yeah.
I hope Xbox is on it, but like, at least they're out there talking about it. And that's all I ask for PlayStation is like,
clarity.
I've said this before. I don't want to hate on PlayStation, dude. I don't. It's just a matter of like, if you were going to go in this route, I've already been ready for the all digital future. Of course, I want to hold on my disc as long as possible, but like, okay, is there a natural off ramp? If you're going to do this, what is the way you're taking care of people like me where you're like, hey, look, we know you like this,
right?
You know, you like holding this. We're going to try to recreate that digitally. Here's how we're doing that.
Right. Here's the play. And then there's like the FAQ, right? And they're like, all right, moving forward, we know we're going to go digital, but every PlayStation owner, when you have your PS5 disc, you're going to do this process. And then this is going to give you this license and that'll be yours. And like, where's the statement? Where's the communication? Like that, you know, because these are legit fundamental questions that people need answers to, right? You just can't rip something away, create all this pandemonium, and then like just hide your head in the sand and hope it go away. And then, we're going to continue to do businesses. Oh, that's the epitome. That's Inspector Gadget villain energy. Like, bro, I'm sorry. That's villain energy. Like, I can't say anything else. I know it's just dystopian. Yeah, I know I'm sounding hyperbolic, and I know people are going to kill me.
No, because it's like that's the thing is, I'm not trying to interrupt you. I apologize, I should say, for interrupting you, but it's not hyperbolic. I think the reality is people don't care enough.
Right.
They don't realize
I'll tell you what the reality is. The reality is I love my platform so much. I don't want to be perceived as wrong to the opposition fan base. That's what it is. It's like, it's ego. It's like, bro, you could still love a company as much as you want. No one is saying not to love what you love. But when it's clear and obvious that this is egregious, that this is something that all of us don't benefit from, and that company happens to be the market leader in this case to make an example for a better situation, we could fight for change. How about we all stand together on something? That's all we said. Like, we could all agree that something Xbox does is stupid. And like, yo, that's dumb, bro. Like, of course. And in this case, it is clear. But to keep the ego and the grifting and the nonsense because you don't want to admit that to another group that this is wrong, it just reminds me of where we are as a society right now. And it's sad.
Too much fear of taking the L, bro. And like, you know, like,
that's it.
I'll use myself as an example because I always like to do that because I'm not going to speak for other people. Like, for example, I put out today when the Combat news put out, they were like, I was like, you know, here are like all the changes. Like, they're adding achievements, visual changes. It's like, we can't stop winning. Someone responded to me and they're like, hey, dude, like, kind of in light of everything happening, probably not the best choice of words. I was like, you know what? I was like, yeah, you're right. Like, that's
good call.
Like, I straight up said, like, I'm referring to this tweet because I was talking about like just the day before, like I got the Fallout roadmap, KOTOR remake rumors we're going to talk about next. Like, that's on the horizon. I didn't even expect this. This was not on the plans, but now we get back compatible achievements. I'm like, yo, we can't stop. But I was like, look, I get it. Like, I'm not trying to say it, but at the end of the day, I look like that. And that's what matters, right?
Exactly.
You got to just admit that. And I think that's part of being a fucking man, you know, it's just like, you know, just like literally like, yo, like, again, it's something I talked about one of my close friends on Discord a few nights ago. I was like, there's just this, I'm very much pulling myself away from like, I'll always try to be an analyst and try to give everyone the best information and make predictions on that. But like, I'm very over this culture of like always rushing to be right because when you're right, you get the dunk. Because here's what I see happening.
You're killing it right now, bro. You kill it. You gonna give me
the here's what I think will happen or could happen, I should say. PlayStation will stay the same. Here comes their when the PS6 gets announced, here comes the digital plan. The moment of it's not as bad as we thought it was will kick in. And then here comes the tweet like all those physical bros kicking and screaming, where are you at now?
Yeah.
Like arms folded energy, like that annoying shit where I'm like, I guarantee the kicking and screaming is why they did this in the first place, but it's about getting someone.
Preach. Well said.
So that's why I'm curious where you would stand on this. For me, when it comes to like, people have been asking me a ton, like, what do you do moving forward? Like, how do we stop buying games here? Like, what do we do? My thought process is Sony is clearly sticking their head in the sand until they lose enough money to turn the other way. Whether that be at the PS6, where we saw with Xbox One, like they cut the cord, man, like DRM stuff, like we got to change, right?
Yeah.
Whether it be then or now, if they change, I don't know when it's going to happen. I've just told people, go own what you can.
Yeah.
Right. If you want to hit Sony in the lot, I think the best way you can do it is PS Plus, because that's a quantifiable thing they can look at. Whether you buy or don't buy Wolverine, for example. I don't know if I buy Wolverine physically, if that's going to tell Sony, like, more of us are here. Because again, one of the estimates that Alinea Analytics had for Ghost of Yote was that like 30% of the people who bought that game bought it physically. So there's already data showing for Sony that like there are tons of people showing up for their exclusives to buy them physically in this year. Of the 1+ million copies sold this year, 30% of them showed up and got it physically. That's tremendous. So I think people are already voting with their wallet and speaking to them, saying like, hey, there's at least for your hardcore PlayStation only stuff, a third of us almost that are willing to show up and buy this physically. Right. So I don't know, man. It's just the whole thing is just so fucking deflating.
It is.
So I guess what I'm getting at is just that I think they'll eventually realize like, okay, they're going to change course or not. What I do is I say buy and own what you can. Wolverine's physical. It's all on disc. Go buy it, because there's going to be a point where you cannot own that.
Right.
And that's what you need to prepare for.
Yeah.
It's almost like Fallout fans when they're building the vaults and they're bringing everything into the vaults to prepare to live there for a while. That's my mentality. It's like, look, I'm not going to subscribe to PS Plus. So you don't need my recurrent money. I never subscribed to the whole boycott because I don't fucking hate PlayStation's guts. I'm just like, yo, this is totally against me.
We just don't like this decision. That's all.
But things like Wolverine, I'm like, I will buy that physically, but I'll buy it physically as long as I can own the game. Right. Like if it's like one of those, it's like license key situations, like that's a little bit of a different story. In case of Marvel Tokon, if it's not all on the disc, then it's like, okay, Steam. Yeah. Like, which people have always brought up, like, what about, well, Steam's digital, bro, but it's like Steam's DRM free in a lot of cases. Like it's, you own policy, that digital policy. There's good refund shit. There's consumer protection around the storefront. And to be fair, Valve had to get shoved into that.
Right.
But the reality is the storefront has that now. Right. We don't need to get to that point where like we need legality to step in. Like that's the thing. We're at a point with our industry where people want like the government involved heavily. I'm like, you don't want that.
I'm with you, bro.
This shit should be so better with its self-regulation, because we are blessed as an industry not to deal with this shit. These companies are so greedy that they're fucking inviting legislation up the fucking ass into this business. And it's going to be a landmine, bro.
Yeah.
That I guess Sony will now have to eventually navigate. We'll see how bad it gets, but I just tell people, own what you can now, because Sony right now is intent on not letting you own anything down the line. So for me, if Wolverine's fully on disc, I want that in my collection back there, because there will be a time I want to fire that up.
Right.
But after 2028, who the fuck knows what's going on? But at least I own what I wanted to own in the meantime.
No, what's that? Final thing, because you definitely cooking. With the government thing, and it's a touchy one, right? And I'm with you. I think I didn't know you shared that. We shared that similar viewpoint, but my thought process is the same. Is because I come from an era where legislation, the government did not understand video games at all. They were trying to brand expression, everything. I come from the era where Mortal Kombat wasn't supposed to allow to be existed. We had to get an ERB rating, all that stuff. It gets touchy because we just came off the ABK thing. They didn't even know how video game consoles work or understand. Like they didn't have a clue. They had to bring those into the trial, explain who's the mark. Like that's what I knew, the level that we're dealing with. And then also look, now in terms of digital preservation, yes, I can understand that on some level, but it's just we have to be careful, because what I am fearing is the cronyism that gets involved when they start laying in each other's beds. You know what I mean? And agendas and stuff like that. And I don't know if I'm comfortable with a creative, outlet being controlled, in that way. It rubs me wrong. So there's still a part of me that is still resistant. Maybe I might be more apt to digital preservation law on some level, but I even that certain things still. I'm very untrustworthy. What I'm trying to say.
We're in a bad situation. We're begging for like lawmakers, like, please save us, bro. It's like, fuck, like, when's that gonna happen? Like, shitty situation. Yeah. So
dark timeline.
Yeah. What was it? Renegade timeline?
It's the Renegade playthrough. This
is a legit Renegade playthrough, by the way. Like punching reporters and all that shit. Like that's what Sony's going through right now, in my opinion. Well, a Paragon decision did occur though in this playthrough, and that goes to Saber Interactive, who saved my favorite game of all time being remade. Is it coming in 2028, COG? Well, maybe. Let's talk about it. Steve Allison, who, let me get his job position here. He was the former Epic Game Store boss. He just joined Saber Interactive as the chief business officer this week. And there was a comment that he made that got posted on Reddit. And I say posted specifically because I think he sent this on LinkedIn and someone had ran and posted this on Reddit. I'm talking like a LinkedIn private message.
Oh, damn. Oh, someone snitching. Oh, damn.
Yeah. So he said, my job isn't to squeeze money from Saber's products through tactics like that. We are preparing to do more self-publishing, and I'm here to organize the group in preparation of the lineup forming in 2028. Like when I came into Telltale in 2010, which was also a no microtransactions company. That includes Space Marine, John Wick, hopefully the KOTOR remake, and a few unannounced titles. As a company, Saber has never pursued microtransactions. It's not how we do our products. We sell the game. I love this whole, he joined a week ago as we.
We out of he already incorporated.
Not even they, we sell the main game with a free DLC plan for the community and may do paid DLC, but we can't repeat the voice pack DLC issue on Space Marine 2. The team learned a lot on that and before I started here. I didn't work on Fortnite or Rocket League, but I did fund and oversee the launch of Alan Wake Remaster and Alan Wake 2 through the third-party traditional publishing team and what was part of my group, which is also no microtransactions. So there's not a lot more for me to say other than to assure you that's not Saber's approach or how I'm personally oriented leading publishing. Space Marine 3 is going to be all the things you love about 2, plus more that leans into all the things you call out that you love about it. So, I mean, one thing to take away here, like Space Marine 3 sounding great, but also no microtransactions, the KOTOR remake, no time savers, no skins maybe. Love to hear that. With that said, key quote here. He says, we are planning to do more self-publishing, and I'm here to organize the group in preparation of the lineup forming for 2028. Like when it, we'll skip the Telltale part. He says that includes Space Marine, John Wick, and the hopefully KOTOR remake, and a few unannounced titles. So, a few things to read into here, Cog.
Let's go.
One, KOTOR remake might be self-published.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting little revelation here. Another sign that Sony might be out.
Yeah, self-published.
You know, part of their Renegade playthrough.
Yo,
almost killing my baby. But also 2028 window.
Yeah.
It's something, man. The only thing that we've heard from Saber on this game is it exists. That's all I can say. Tim Willett said that. That's the last update we got. Yeah. It exists. That's all I can say. So KOTOR remake 2028. Not what I planned. You know, when I was out there stomping out my headphones and making Chris Raygun really uncomfortable in my office space on stream because I was freaking out over it. You know, not what I planned out, but we're here. This is the reality that we've been handed. Now, 100% Star Wars, a great Star Wars YouTuber who has sources at Saber, has said that the plan is that they could announce the game, or re-reveal the game. It might as well be a fucking announcement at this point this year. But the plan was originally to release it mid to late next year to be part of Star Wars 50th anniversary. But they decided instead it could go to 2028 for KOTOR's 25th anniversary, and that the re-reveal could instead happen next year at Star Wars Celebration as part of that 50th anniversary celebration, which I think sounds more plausible. I don't think they reveal it this year.
Okay.
But we've got things. Apparently, development's going very smoothly since 2023. Where this all ends up, I don't know, Cog, but you talked about the pulse at Bungie, but this patient looks to be on the recovery. Strong pulse right now. They'll make a full recovery. What is your read of this situation, sir?
Looking good for you. Looking good. Looking good,
Tom,
man.
This is why I said earlier when I talked about like we can't stop winning. I'm like, this too?
Yeah.
What did I do to deserve all of this? This too?
This is a Maddie staple.
You know this is very important.
And to see, like I said, the key line he said, self-publishing, and of the lineup forming for 2028.
Yes.
Right. So now we have a window. Right now, his thing is he said the only caveat he just said was hopeful as far as maybe the window of them trying to land in there. But that means it is coming. It is soon. It is moving along. Right. And it's part of this lineup that they have ready for that year. So yeah, that is a fantastic sign. And this is good. This is good. This is a beloved game. And I know you can't wait. And like I said, it's been so long for me for both of those games. Like I can't wait to. They're gonna be like brand new to me because it's been
they're
so
gonna be
long.
totally new for you.
Yeah, so it's like, bro, I can't wait to jump back in there. Like I said, now we just need the execution, and the key is gonna be the rollout. How do they roll out? Do they Do they do something, end of year? Do they do something,
Game
next
Awards
year?
energy. Yeah.
It could feel Game of One's energy.
Yeah.
You get a nice little spot, get a kick, and then you said what was the Star Wars? Is there a big? You said there was a big Star Wars event this year. Is it
Next year they're bringing Star Wars Celebration back,
okay?
and it's 50th anniversary.
So
It
50,
feels right for that, in my opinion. I got to be
kind of,
honest. Like
yeah,
this year, I've said for a while, like people always ask me about KOTOR and FOTOR. I'm like, nothing this year, because my read has always been, at least looking from the outside, I'm like, why would you announce KOTOR Remake when you're trying to market Star Wars Zero Company, when you're trying to market Star
yeah,
Wars Galactic
yeah.
Racer?
Good
And
call.
even if GTA is going to
Good
happen
call.
right after Galactic Racer, and then come December, you're going to maybe re-reveal the Star Wars game that people have really been waiting for. Then what about
Yeah,
Galactic Racer? Like, I feel, let those games do their thing
I
this
agree,
year, and then next year. I mean, these are two really great looking Star Wars games. So like,
bro.
let them do their thing next year or this year, and then next year, like, here's
Mhm.
what's coming up. Like, I
Yeah.
feel that's a more obvious play, which 100% Star Wars does suggest. But
Mhm.
the fact that we're getting close to a re-reveal, very long overdue.
Yeah, and it's a tremendous Star Wars. If you're a Star Wars fan, it's a tremendous role. Like you said, I think it makes sense to do the rollout with Bit Reactors game. What's it? Outlaws is our game, the turn-based XCOM. What's the name of the RJ?
Star Wars Zero Company
Zero
is the
Company, yeah.
yeah.
So Zero Company, Galactic Racer, which both look amazing, right? You have that for this year. Then, like I said, you could potentially have another game. It seems like a coordinated rollout to space
Yeah.
things out, and I could
Yeah.
totally see KOTOR being like the next up in the next lineup of games for sure.
God willing. Kyle, let's do a little professional podcasting. It's 9 p.m.
Mhm.
Do you want to take a break, or do we just go for it here? Because we know campaign evolves to be long. We're talking Bethesda afterwards. So you just want to keep rocking?
I can rock. I can
All right,
rock.
I can rock
Yeah.
too.
Okay.
Let's do it. Let's talk about what we're playing. We're both playing the same game and only one game, and it's Halo Campaign Evolved. We have a question from Scott Barker. He writes, "Hello, Maddie and Cog. I hope all is well. Long-time listener, first-time writer. We appreciate you, Scott. I wanted to check your hype levels for Halo Combat Evolved. I think it's disappointing that there is no multiplayer included, but I'm looking forward to it nonetheless. Also, it dawned on me that it would have been cool if the Halo Combat Evolved remake and the 25th anniversary console launch got together in a bundle for a dual celebration. Having remembered to delete the Patreon thread kind of day and keep up the great work. Thank you, Scott. Reminder accepted."
Oh, too funny. Woo. Where do we start?
Would you like to lead off? Or I don't know. Where do we begin with this one? This is
Yeah, let me lead. Let me lead this off. All right, we're here.
Yeah.
We're here, right?
Take it away, man.
Halo Campaign Evolved, man. This is the big one. Again, shout out to Xbox who in full transparency, got us the codes. And yeah, I've been playing for a while now. So I'm just gonna get it off the right off the bat. This is a game I really initially was not hyped for. I'm just going to be brutally honest. As a person who's already in the ecosystem, who's already played this game multiple times, right? And when I found out, okay, there's no multiplayer, in my mind, I am not the target audience. You are in the midst of a multi-platform strategy push at that time, and you want to get the PlayStation base ingratiated to this, right? That's how I looked at it coming in, right? As we got closer, we got more information. It was like, okay, Unreal Engine 5. Okay, cool. But I will be honest with you, man. What excited me more than Gears Reloaded, because Gears Reloaded I didn't even touch. I was like, that is not for me. I've already done that. Nope. Not you ain't doing nothing for me that I have not seen. As a person who is an Xbox platform holder who's played that game multiple times, I had the original Gears on backup pat, remember, and they did the remastered one. There was Reloaded. You're not doing anything I'm particularly interested. But what got me on Campaign Evolved, at least say, you know what? You want to offer me some Sergeant Johnson prequel missions. So I said, okay, you give me now that it give me content, you give me new, you give me back. Now I said this could get a little spicy because again, I am not this Halo lore nerd or lore goon. I am not that. I don't play Halo every year. Probably the last time I played was Master Chief Collection, right?
Oh,
So
really? It's been that long. Wow.
yeah,
Wow.
so this is me coming into it for a long time, having my preconceived ideas of what I love about Halo, but also be excited to see what these missions are. So I don't know if you want me to start with the missions first, or you want me to start with the campaign
Wherever
first.
you'd like.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So for
I'll follow
me,
you up.
this is where I'm at with the missions, right? It's about 3 missions. Right off the bat with Sergeant Johnson, let's get the thing out the way, elephant out of the room. There's a different voice actor for, Mr. Johnson. And I'm not going to spoil the, story, stuff like that, but try to give you some context that what was happening before the Halo story. So look, cool romp. You know, I would say the second level was probably my favorite as far as it being a bit more open, more things you could do in the sandbox. Okay, cool. And then it was an interesting narrative about how Chief is perceived. Let's just say that. And I would say, I will say though, without spoiling, for me, there is one mission towards the end that, as a fan of a certain genre of game, I felt it really shined. I'm like, oh, that's cool. I like that. You know what I'm saying? Overall, okay, solid. Was it, world beating the whole experience? No. Did I get additional narrative context on certain things? A little. But I will say, and this is where I will defer to the Halo lore gurus. There is a character introduced that I don't know if this is someone who's always exists. Is this a canonical thing? And I'm just going to say Prophet, if you know what I'm saying, without spoiling, right? Okay, I don't know what the backstory is, but I thought it was cool. But I could see a Halo lore say, this person, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I would love the Halo lore gurus, the
He
guys
was like
who
a new character when I tried to look into it. So
Okay, fair enough. And I want to know how that is received from the lore guys. Do they receive this well, or are they like, nah, we ain't fair? So that's that. Now the game. Okay, again, haven't played Halo in a while. Here's the key tenets for me with Halo. One of the best sandboxes and fun sandboxes in gaming, period, where anything can happen. The enemy AI is reactive. They are not trying to be hit. They are trying to roll out their way. They try to move. And then the key for me with Halo is the resourcefulness of the battlefield. When I go out there, I'm limited on my assault rifle. I'm limited on this. I kill an elite. I pick up his plasma rifle. I'm using the environment, right, to my advantage, right? You're the ultimate soldier, right? So on that core tenet, it is Halo. It is Halo that you know through and through with Unreal Engine 5. And you're like, okay, cool, right? It's fun. And I will admit, I'm an ADS guy. I'm a sprint guy, right? I'm like, okay, I'm moving and grooving. I'm doing modern stuff. No mantle, though.
Yeah, weird. Yeah.
No mantle.
Yeah,
Weird.
sure
Weird decision.
Yeah.
You give us modern control, but you don't give us the Halo 5 mantle.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Whatever. But I will say, kind of refreshing when, you play modern Halos and instinctually when you see the Wraith in you couldn't do that in Halo Campaign Evolved. You couldn't interact with these things and turrets and even the energy sword, right? Because remember, that was the debut of Halo 2, right? Yeah. So you're like, okay, I could do modern stuff. And it is interesting, right? You're like, okay, this is fun. You're doing some cool stuff. It's Halo through and through. Yeah. Now I got to start with my issues. My issues are this. Maddie, one of my favorite things in Halo, absolute favorite. Remember, you're the Master Chief. You're the super soldier, right? I always think it's cool that the Marines that you have with you on a mission, those are your homies, but they're fragile, right? And you got to protect them, but I could give you a weapon. We could be in the war hard together. I put you in snipers and all that stuff. Remember, shout out to Joseph Staten. Remember, he was the one that understood what Halo Infinite didn't even have this, right? Yeah. So remember that I love Halo for that, right? Bro. Actually, before I start that, hold that thought, pin that for a second. I'm going to get there. Pin that.
I got you.
The thing that I will say, this game is very cinematic. There's a lot of extra context in cinematics for a person who, knows the story, but didn't follow the story like one-to-one. Like I know every single detail. There were little cool things like, okay, look at, Captain Key's got a chip in the bag. I didn't realize that. You know what I'm saying? Like certain little things that for overly cinematic, but in the same token, glitchy cinematics, at least the ones I experienced. Like it was, I don't know, did you have this issue when when it transitioned from gameplay to cinematics, it would be hitching? At least on Series X consoles, that's what I'm experiencing.
Yeah, right? There's a lot of technical issues with this one. There's one in particular I'll talk about in gameplay, but in cutscenes it was all right. But it wasn't too bad. Like
at the start of the cutscene, I would have, and again, maybe this is factor out in the patch, but now let's get back to where I was at with the soldiers, right? Why COG loves Halo, one of our core tempo COG reasons. So I'm playing, right? And Maddie, one of my favorite Halo missions of all time is Truth and Reconciliation. It's a mission when you start off, right? Yep. It's my favorite mission because it was the first time, right? You start off in a low lit, it's dark, it's at night. You're stealthing in Halo. You're sneaking up on and you're trying to get so and you get the sniper rifle. Bro, it's such an amazing mission. And I'm playing it and I'm like, okay, this is cool. And I'm like, all right, this is and then we get up to the Covenant ship, we're boarding the Covenant ship, and we go rescue Captain Keys. Right, that was and it's hell to pay because you fighting your way in, and then you gotta fight your way out. It's crazy, right? So I'm like, all right. So then I'm stopping and I'm looking at my beloved Marines, and I'm like, I look a little dusty. I couldn't put my finger. It was bothering me, Maddie. I'm looking at them. I'm like, and do I expect everybody to have individual face textures? No, but I'm like, hey, that face is the same face, and then I just look dusty. If something looks dry or dull, I couldn't put my finger on it. And it was bothering me, Maddie. So I did something unthinkable. My soul couldn't sit with this. So I'm gonna download the Master Chief Collection.
The same thing.
Something is just not sitting right with me. I don't know what it is. I can't and I'm not a Digital Foundry guy. I'm not any of it, but something internally says something's off. Download Master Chief. And I said, you know what? I just completed the entire Truth and Reconciliation mission on Campaign Evolve. I want to do the same mission on Master Chief.
Xbox Quick Resume. Here we go. Put it to work, God.
Man, I download this mission. The minute they got off the what we call that, the plane thing that they land the Spartans on, and I got into the night. First of all, you see the skybox on Master Chief Collection. The lighting, it is gorgeous. I went up to the soldier. Remember, dusty, hardly expressive in Campaign of. I went up to the soldier in Master Chief Collection. Again, I'm playing on Series X. I'm playing on OLED 4K HDR, just like I played in Campaign Evolve. Bro, the soldier had all the face detail, the outfit. I'm seeing things I did. I'm looking at the foliage on the ground, the rock texture. I'm like, this game destroys Campaign Evolve. It's not even close. And I'm like, yo, am I bugging? Did this old game that I own take the new game out to the woodshed graphically? No way. There's no way. So I continue the mission. I'm like, there's no way. This is just one thing. I go through the mission. I'm like, yo, look at the details. Look at the UI. Everything looks better. I get into the ship. Look at the detail of the Covenant ship. I'm like, oh my God, everything looks better. How is this possible? The only thing that is not better is, yes, I cannot sprint, right? Sure. There's no ADS. I can't sprint. And, obviously old school Halo, I can't jump in a Wraith. And when I'm fighting the elites that have the energy swords in that moment where you got to go free up Captain Keys, you kill them, you cannot take. But it does add more to a level of fear, though. That's that kind of thing. Mm-hmm. But overall, from a modern gameplay standpoint, yes, Halo campaign is what you say more fun because I guess you could do more things. But from a core experience and from a graphical experience, bro, there should be no reason the Master Chief Collection is taking Campaign Evolve to the woodshed. So that is a demerit. That is a demerit. I'm sorry. We have a reference point. Now, again, people who play PlayStation, for you guys gonna pay us no mind. You gonna be like, yo, put it this way. If I didn't do that, I would have been okay. I sadly have the history of being an Xbox console owner and owning this game. And it just, I can't get over it. So yeah, that was that. As far as the things, the positive I would say about, the graphics part, I thought the flood was cool. I like the way the flood looked. They got human parts and they covered at it. They did a great job with the flood. So I want to give UE5 that. But overall, it's okay. It's nothing that I felt they did that was so outside of the cinematics And the fact that it's Halo to its core, and it's fun to play, and Halo will always be fun to play. And they didn't mess up that too much. But I do worry about the lore, guys. I do worry about pacing, and certain encounters being different. But I got more to say. I just want to say those are my top level thoughts. This is just okay. And I am curious how the Halo purists receive this, the Halo lore nerds receive this, and Digital Foundry. Because I'm not I am not the Digital Foundry guy.
You're picking up on it?
Yeah, I am saying this. Then yeah. So that's my top level thoughts. I'm gonna let you go because I got way more thoughts, but I want to get your experience, how you felt after playing Halo Campaign Evolved.
I'll start with the top saying it's not for me literally, but also I don't think it's very good. The main thing that's stuck with me with this is, okay, let's go back to Wee Lad Matty.
Okay,
first, like my first real home console was the N64, but after that, good old Xbox with that Halo Combat Evolved. And this is a game that I have replayed a stupid amount of times.
Hell yeah.
Not saying it for the camera, not saying it to get a point. Like, I have replayed this campaign specifically so many times. It is like a sort of back of the hand. Like,
so you
like I got so it. I'm not a lore goon though, but I know my Halo one. I'd like to say.
Fair enough.
I like compared to the other Halo games, like definitely the Halo one's the one I'm most knowledgeable about. There's something about it. I fucking love Halo 1, dude. Yeah. Like when they announced it last year, like remember when you were like, "Yo, we need gameplay." You were like, "Can you help us out with the gameplay for your videos?" And I literally just replayed the whole game and just like, "Here you guys go." I was like,
so thankful for that.
No, I'm not even saying it because of that. I'm just saying like that's like I just replayed it like end of last year.
Yeah.
This game was like an act though of gaslighting because I was like, is this how I remember it? So for context, I played Campaign Evolved on Heroic.
Okay.
I haven't done like a Heroic playthrough in a while, but I was like, like I want to just, I don't know, just called my name. I was like, sure. What did you think about the encounter balancing in this game? The amount of enemies they throw at you, how long encounters go for? Like you said, you haven't played Halo since 2014 then with Master Chief Collection.
Correct.
What did you feel about like how long fights went on for, how often certain enemy types showed up for? Did anything feel off about that?
Yeah, just slightly, because again, I'm going to constantly reference my favorite mission all the time, which is Truth and Reconciliation a lot. And there were times when I remember playing the original, there's parts when, you get, like when you're about to find Captain Keys, but there's an area, it's like a hangar where there's 2 ships there. And then before the hunters come in, and then there's people on the second level. I know the pacing of that fight. And it wasn't the same. It just wasn't. And sometimes there's instances where there's like less enemies and you're like, okay, but there is a situation where other parts are just wild crazy where it wasn't. So it does feel like a pacing issue, an encounter issue, as far as like, again, for the purist PlayStation guys, you're not going to have this point of reference because this is your first time. And you guys might look at us like, what are you talking about? I'm having fun. And that's cool. But for us, again, especially the Maddies who play this regularly, they're consistent with a fine code. You know how the experience feels. And there are certain times where I did feel, it's a little off. It's not the right amount of enemies, or just something feels a little different. I got to give you that on certain things.
Yeah. So it's funny, we're talking Truth and Reconciliation, because that's the mission where I was like, I need to go back.
Oh, that was the same one for you?
That's where I was like, I need to go back. I would say this is definitely the worst mission in the remake, by the way. It definitely doesn't get this bad for the rest of the package, but it's like so egregiously bad in a lot of ways. I'm like, what? I was like, first off, the visuals, like, for me, I was like, the lighting, it's like light dark. Is that like the right way to describe it? Like, it's not dark out like it is in whoever did the lighting for this game. Like, they blew it out in so many different places. They blew it out in fucking Assault on the Control Room. You can barely see the snow. They blew it out in fucking Truth and Reconciliation. It's like basically like just approaching nighttime. Like, they just completely fucked the lighting in the game. That was obvious though from the footage, so I wasn't too surprised by that. But to the encounter balancing, that hangar fight you're talking about, I'm talking about the one where like the Pelican comes in, the Marines get dropped off. I'm playing this on Heroic.
Talk to me.
I go around this side of the wall.
Okay.
tell me why I haven't hand counted yet. I'm gonna do my review after this. I have to think it was maybe 7 to 9 elites in this one room.
In campaign evolved or the
Yes,
original?
in campaign evolved.
Yeah, okay. Wow, that's the
And I got in the footage and I'm like, what the I was like, why are there so, and dude, I died over and over there, which is fine. Like Halo can be challenging on
Yeah, of
heroic.
course.
That's why we play on heroic. I'm like, why the fuck are there so many enemies here?
Yeah.
I was like, I played this game so many times. I was like, I've never seen an encounter this packed to the brim. And I noticed this going into it, like when I was driving around Assault in the control room later, there's this stretch where it's just hunters, elites, more hunters, more elite. And I'm like, what the fuck? Now, specifically with the balancing for this thing, man, like when I go back, right? This is where I started. I had to zero in. I was like, let me go back. Cause I'm a purist in a lot of ways, but like, I don't remember the last time I did heroic on the original game. Maybe they changed the encounters and I don't remember.
No.
I got back to that room and it was like 2 elites. I was like, okay. That was like, all right. So I'm not fucking insane. But the thing I also noticed was like, the opening of that mission is you can do it totally in stealth, which is what's really awesome about it. But you can take out your sniper and I'm like, okay, let me shoot the elites, right?
Yeah.
And it's like bang, one shot headshot. But in heroic, whether I had the beam rifle, the sniper rifle, like if I shot them in the head, it just damages their shield. So it doesn't drop them immediately. So the way their health was balanced was clearly on the higher end, probably for the higher difficulty. Not only that, they spawn more, I guess. I don't know. And so it's this egregious amount of elites everywhere, bro. And this whole campaign is full of it. And not only that, but they add new encounters and areas and pack them with more enemies. It is beyond frustrating because what happens is that now when people pick this up, it's like you're not gonna understand why I love this game so much. And that's why I say it's not for me. It's not for me because I don't really like it, but it's not for me because also it's for the people who won't know any better. Anything I complain about with this game, I think eventually, if you pick it up and you've never touched Halo, I don't think you will really care about anything I have to say.
Yes.
Because there's things like this is how annoying I am, right? And I admit this full front. When I'm playing the prequel missions, bro, and I'm walking around, I'm like, tell me why on this Covenant ship, I've got Covenant weapon rack decorations with human weapons racked on them. They just don't fucking get it, bro. And this is the shit I talk about with them. I'm like, it's the little things. If you take the broad view, it's Halo, baby. Who the fuck put human weapons all over all the Covenant weapon racks in the opening prequel mission? I was like, yeah, no one's gonna give a fuck, but I do. I'm like, I was like, who the fuck? This is like such little details that just you have a bare minimum understanding of, but they're just not there in this game. Things like the pacing of the campaign because of these drawn out encounters, because they send 18 fucking elites at you and they're all jacked up on steroids now. Now this campaign turns into like fucking 10 to 11 hours instead of like the 8 hours that it is, because you're just okay. So there's Truth and Reconciliation. Let's stay on that, right? Before you go up to the ship.
Okay, let's go.
There's that segment with the 3 turrets, right?
Yeah, and they got
And so they drop those waves down. Now, in the original, same deal. Here's wave 1, 2, 3. Final wave is like,
the hunters come out,
hunters.
the book boys,
Bro, each wave is like, here's 5 elites. Here's like 14 jackals. I'm like, I literally was, my wife asked me if I was okay because I'm talking to my TV. I'm like, I literally said, I died in that moment. And I said, what the fuck is wrong with them? And she's like, are you okay? I'm like, I paused the game and I'm like, no, I'm actually not.
I can picture you talking to yourself and cursing at the TV. And Pico, that is hilarious. Dude. Sorry.
Yeah, and so the encounter balancing is like the first, that is the primary thing. And what's so funny about this, right? Here's the thing, man. The flood encounters.
Talk to me.
They did great.
Yes.
They like, what the fuck?
The flood was that was the best part. I was like,
they cooked on the flood. Not only visually, but like the damage output, the amount they throw at you, the encounters. I'm like, oh, dude, I'm like, fuck, man. So they actually did do like, and that's what gets me, man, is that my kind of read of this remake is it's a little topsy-turvy, but it feels like you could feel like, we're going to make the definitive Halo 1. And that's going to require
Mm.
some changes. And there was another contingency or another group of developers who were like, no, we're going to just remake Halo how you remember it. It's going to be a quote prettier end quote version of that all-time classic that means something to Xbox fans. And so you got those, yeah, you could just feel the rumbling because there's moments where it's like, let's put some more encounters in Truth and Reconciliation. Let's put more in there. And then there's moments like with the Flood where they're like, we can't fuck this up. We've got to just slow and steady, baby. And they even make some like, this is not spoiler, but like
Yeah.
there's some changes like on 343 Guilty Spark, right?
Yes, 343 Guilty Spark.
I love that when I'm going through that mission, you could see in the distance like the shadows of the Flood stalking you before you.
Bro. It's like horror flick kind of energy.
Yeah,
I like
awesome.
that.
It's awesome, dude. There are cutscenes that I think they could have done a better job with, but like there are moments it's solid, man. But the prequel missions just straight up didn't do it for me. Like I was just like I'm by the way, this is ignoring my whole jokey gun complaint.
Mm-hmm.
Like just the story itself and the things they try to tackle with like, you know, how Chief is perceived by certain parts of everyone who's fighting together. It's fucking super predictable and it's not interesting.
Mm-hmm.
There's clearly not enough runtime to establish anything with a good foundation. So you're kind of just getting bratted on for like an hour and then it's over. You're like, yeah, I kind of saw where this is all going to go. And
what about, not to interrupt you, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What about, without spoiling for our audience we're going to play this. Mm-hmm. What about I'm going to consider it the towards end mission?
Cool. Yeah.
Okay. So yay, nay, cool, no, or
yeah,
not?
Cool.
Oh, okay.
Cool,
I thought it was cool. I thought that thing.
Okay.
Was, yeah.
All right. Well, you're forcing me to be rude now. Okay.
Oh.
So much of these prequel missions is to me what did I say to you before the show? I said it's like an exercise in being unenthusiastic and anticlimactic. Like it's just, if you want to know how not to build up a Halo moment, like this is that like just look at these prequel missions, bro. They pull out the whole elevator mission from fucking Infinite where you're just gliding along on this slow moving machine that's going through the guts of the same 5 looking rooms for like 20 minutes. Like that Infinite mission structure, like they're like, yeah, fucking bring that in here, right? Mm-hmm. Like what Halo does so well is it's got so many like A and Bs just over and over, like build up to a mini arc and then build up to another mini arc. And those mini arcs are the encounters you get into. Like that's what it does so well. This game is not like a study of what makes Halo 1 so special. And these missions are a sign of that because these encounters are not significant. And the only one that is significant is that one that you're talking about by the end, because that's where it's like, oh, okay, there we go.
What about, all right, so we agree that, so you did like mission 2 where it kind of became more open? Did that resonate with you that too much, or it was?
No, I mean, you could see like the touchdown was like a little bit of like, oh, this is kind of the like Halo, the second mission, right, where it's like, you know, we're gonna crack it open a little bit more, but like no vehicles, you know, like that's what I'm saying. Like they just, I could feel again that like they didn't want to get too carried away, and that is the kind of toxic relationship with Halo. Is like its fans are extremely protective with any changes, and so these developers I think are caught between like, we could probably do something you'd really like, but if we don't like it, like you're gonna really make us pay. And so these new missions are not like a blight on the game. They're just not like, you know, there wasn't like a Rogue One moment where I'm like, oh,
got it,
you know, like what a great conduit between, like I can imagine this without that part existing. And I would rather, if I'm thinking about recommendation, Maddie, I'm playing this for the first time, how should I play this? There is no reason why you shouldn't just go play the original, in my opinion. Like one of the best things I think this game does, and it's in these small moments, is like, because you replayed Truth and Reconciliation, so you'll remember this, right? Is when you go up into the Covenant ship and it fades to kind of pink.
Yes.
And it hides a loading screen.
Of course.
On the OG version.
Yes.
In this game, you just go up and you're in the ship. It's like, cool. And and the way they kind of handle the pacing of the library transitioning into 2 betrayals, like they do it in a way where it's pretty seamless. I'm like, yeah, all right, like good job. Like there are moments where you could feel like the technical evolution, but like this game was really built around the idea of like accomplishing some ideas that original Halo maybe couldn't.
Yeah.
Because of technical hardware limitations, kind of like how we're talking about Ocarina of Time remake. It's like, this is such an important game for Nintendo. It's time to see with a remake what they would do with this game if they had all the power nowadays with all the ideas from back then. What would they do?
Fair.
And I don't feel like this remake really decided what it wanted it to be. Again, the flood stuff is pretty brilliant, from visuals to encounters, especially visuals. Like, you know, for all the shit I'll talk about the visuals, like they did a great job with the flood stuff. This game looks really great when it goes into darker interiors, and they use like it's M-rated Halo 2. There's blood everywhere. When you finish encounters, you painted the room. Like, that's the good shit. But otherwise, man, like, it just, let me check my notes. Oh, no health pack. That was already confirmed, but that's just, I think, like the things that you were talking about earlier about like, oh, my attachment to the Marines, that goes out the window. Because did you do the default driving controls with the trigger based driving?
I think I just left it. Did you had to change it? You couldn't stand it?
Oh my God. So I like how Halo drives traditionally, because you use basically the left and right analog stick, because wherever your camera's kind of facing, glides your Warthog. Number one, the physics on this Warthog feel like straight up shit. Like it's, dude, you are literally like, you know, Mario Kart when you're on the ice. Like, that's what's happening, dude. Like, I went back, bro, when I replayed the second mission of the game, and I got that grip on my tires, and I'm drifting around, and I'm like, oh baby, like this is what it's supposed to feel like. And they didn't come close. But ignoring all of that for a moment, the original controls that they went with for this was trigger based. So you press the right trigger, you'll drive forward. You press the left trigger, you'll go in reverse. You move left and right while driving forward with the left analog stick. But the camera automatically recenters behind the Warthog. And so you've got this drifty, floaty, icy vehicle scattered all over the place as the camera's constantly trying to like set it behind you. Please, if you're going to play this game, pause the game, go to the vehicle settings, change it to stick-based driving. It feels way better. It still doesn't change how floaty and bad the vehicle feels itself. You know, the Warthog does not feel as good here, but like it's an immense difference that will make it, you won't even think about it. Like, I promise you won't even think the way I did, where I'm like, oh, that's going in the notes. If they just defaulted to the other one, shout out to them for giving options.
Yes, a lot of options, a lot of accessibility options.
But the fact that this was even the default, I'm like, who the fuck played this and thought like, yeah, that's the one, dude. Like, again, I'm not seeing why this is the definitive Halo one. Indicators for all the weapons that are dropped. Not sure why they just did that. Like, so you know how they have like the line and
line up,
and there's like 8 million of them on the ground. It's like Borderlands.
They're definitely a lot.
AI breaks often in combat. I would enter a room and Elite would just kind of be standing there, not idle posing.
I caught that.
Yeah. And then this will be the Maddie quip of the show for sure. Some of the new lines, this really doesn't matter in the scheme of things to me. Like, the problems are so great in other areas, for me at least, where I'm like, yeah, like this, you know. But like when I hear someone say pulling out a 40 for my dead homie.
Wait, no, I didn't catch that. Damn.
Yeah. And so
I'm about to get him some bars on. I didn't hear. Oh, I might have uninstall.
So some of the new VAs are not it. Like, I'm not trying to be traditionalist. Like, give me my common Marine, but like, some got the memo, some did not. Cortana's a little more energetic, which is fine. I don't hate it. You know, it's a little like, you know, she's like flank and hit their worm bits. I'm like, you know, a little goofy, but yeah. There's one mission though where it's just like, it's just some lines where I'm like, it's a little off. And then, I forgot to mention this with the prequels. Halo 5 fans, you'll be eating, because Chief likes to talk. We no longer have quiet, stoic, action-driven Chief like in Infinite and the other Halo games that we like. This is I'm gonna talk to you for a decent amount of time, Chief. Like, he's got responses for everything. This is where all the new voice lines went for him. You know, for me, I think if I thought of anything where my purest alarm bell was going off, I was like this right here. I was like, Chief is he's going. He's got something to say about everything, bro. Everything. And the thing that Infinite did, here's a 343 compliment.
Let's go.
The thing that Infinite did so well is they understood that his actions spoke. You know, he is a truly stoic character. He stands there menacingly, and he'll have these one-liners that are just, and I think that Infinite's got some bars, dude, where he just says the right thing at the right time. Like, yes, like
Mhm.
we tell in those moments they got it. Like they did a great job with how they portrayed Chief in that game, I thought.
Mm.
Um, this I'm just like, they just he's got little jokes. He's got little things to say.
Jokes? I mean,
Yeah.
you wasn't that extra. You going hard on him.
No, 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 no. You don't think like okay, I don't
No,
want to spoil,
I
but
know.
like
Because I felt like I felt Johnson was the one trying to be extra with him, and he'd give a very quick 1 or 2 word thing. I mean, I didn't take it like, yo, he doing too much. But all right, in your defense, probably in a sequence that's probably the most response he has given. You know what I'm
you
saying?
just again, those prequel missions to me are an exercise of like you see all that kind of like is wrong about it. Because like when you play the main campaign, this man only talks when he needs to, and that's great. That's
Okay.
how it should be because
Okay.
that's how he's always been. And then this, you're like, you can see like, yeah, they gave it to another team now because like, again, it's not gonna. None of this. I hope I preface it enough for people. None of this will matter to you like it does to me,
Okay.
unless you are
Yeah.
listening to this and you're like, yeah, we're the hardcore faithful.
Mhm.
Then yeah, this is gonna matter because these are the little things that made Halo worth caring about. There's a thing called Halo science for a reason, right? Because it's like it's all these little choices that amount to like, bringing the Covenant back their bomb, like that type of shit. Where it's like,
Yeah.
yeah, that's a fucking bar. No bars to be found. Like that. That's my point with all this. Like
Okay, I
it's
see where
just
you go.
like
That's where you go.
you
That
know,
was, yeah. It didn't lead to anything that you felt was like, some really dope.
yeah,
I got you. I guess the only pushback I will give
please.
is this is actually not from the prequel mission. This is from, again, I'm gonna go to my beloved, right? Shoot the
Mm-hmm.
Seller.
Mm-hmm.
I know that mission front to back. So the part where Captain Keyes is locked up
Yeah.
and you're close to freeing him, right? And there's the cells across the walls, right? He's in one of the cells. Before you get there, there's like 3 invisible elites with energy swords. That room is crazy to get him out, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you get there, and I play both, over. And in the original game, you get him, and I think, after you get him, he get his bars right after you free him, right? And then you and Katana and y'all like, y'all gonna get out. All right, cool. What they did in this, which was kind of cool to me, is when you got there, he's talking to you like, Chief, yo, this dude's in here, like elites in there, be careful. You know what I'm saying? They're using this type of technology. Like it added, and he was whispering in a way. It was kind of cool. I was like, okay, I like that. Now, for a purist, I understand. They'd be like, yo, that was not in the original, fam. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
that's not where I'm at with
Oh,
it
okay,
all.
okay,
Like they
yeah.
can do little additions like that. I don't think that's bad.
I felt like certain stuff they added a little bit more nuance and stuff. And then even that scene, when I replayed it on Master Chief Collection after you freed him, it did look a little rough. Like they give you a full-on cinematic. Okay, we gonna get out now. And then, yo, Chief, you get the front. You know what I'm saying? And then it was a vibe. It's very narrative heavy for the narrative cinematic bros. I felt again, I feel PlayStation fans go roll their eyes at us like, yo, what they talk about? I thought that was cool. You know what I'm saying? But for us, we may be like, okay, maybe you did too much there, or maybe it will be hit and miss on certain parts, is basically where I'm going. That particular part hit for me. I was like, all right, I kind of like that. And then obviously, when what's our joint? Guilty Spark, when before, the flood, you're about to discover, it's about to go down. And then you go in and you see and you see the
those
level.
little details are great.
So cool. And the level of instruction. And then I like, you start to learn like, okay, there's elites here that have been torn to shreds. There's, UNSC, you're like, oh, what's going on? And then you get to that soldier, he's freaking out. Don't kill me. You're not going to get me. It was added to the horror theme. I felt they did a good job.
They could have done a little. That's the cutscene I think they could have done a little better with. The intro where like, we'll just say the door opens. That was fucking awesome. But when the helmet cutscene plays, I was like, it could have been
okay.
My take is it wasn't bad.
Okay.
It just like that's one of the cutscenes in the original I thought like was a little awkward. Like Jenkins, fire a weapon. But I think they could have pushed the horror and like the
further
or the fear a little further.
Okay.
They kind of, because of the way they handled the reveals and the pacing, they kind of, the special thing about 343 Guilty Spark is you don't see them until after that cutscene. Like you kind of get like little previews and whatnot as you go along, where I'm like, I wonder how I thought it was fine, but I wonder how like the most hardcore peers is going to
Yes.
look at that and be like, oh, I could technically like experience this before that intended moment,
Mhm.
how they'd feel about that.
Fair,
But
fair.
certain like ways they present things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But definitely they made use of M-rated Halo in a lot of ways, which I appreciate. But
yes, 100%.
yeah, all in all, like again, that's why I'm planning to label my review like it's not for me.
Right.
As in, like, I don't like it. Here's why I don't like it. But here's also like this is probably why none of this will matter to you. Like just
Right.
opening up, like this is not gonna matter to you. But like for me as a
Mhm.
hardcore Halo 1 lover, like there's a
Yeah.
lot here. Like when I fired up Halo 1, I think the main thing I missed was that I like the little reticle within
Hell
the bigger
yeah,
reticle
I
for the
do.
AR.
I
I like
do.
because I love the AR. And so like having to barrel stuff to use it in the first one, I'm like, yeah, I like that I can actually use it from a distance here. Like that's
Yeah.
fine. Neither here nor there on sprinting and ADS. Like I think
Okay.
it's fine as is either way. Like that sort of stuff. Like that's why I say I'm like a purist to an extent,
To the
but like
extent. Yeah.
not to this
Same.
extreme that others are, you know.
Mhm.
It's just these things that I think make the campaign mission so memorable is just like either muddied a bit here because of encounters, or in the case of prequels, just I think they have like a decent finale, but like it doesn't really have great buildup at all. So
Mhm.
I'm not going with the wreck on this one. If
Yeah.
people end up, you know, there's some cool fun factor stuff like the campaign remakes and whatnot. Like they do give
Yeah.
you some fun stuff to mess with, new skulls. I love their trophy and achievement list.
Yes.
Really, really fun. Really
Yeah.
fun. Like, you know, play a whole mission with the floor is lava, but don't jump
Yeah.
and don't die.
Yes.
I'm like, that's an awesome mission idea.
Yeah.
Like and trophy idea. I mean,
Mhm.
sorry. Like I thought that was really cool. So shout out to them for that. Yeah, otherwise, I didn't mention any of my technical issues. I'm sorry.
Yeah, sure, you go for it.
Frame rate was fine. I played on PS5 because I was like, I
Okay.
need to just see.
Yeah, you gotta see.
Yeah, I was like, I just need to see. And I was like, I thought about it for a moment. I was like, Xbox. Like, I gotta know. It
You
feels
gotta
weird.
see. It gets fair.
I was like, I want everyone to know it feels really weird. It feels wrong.
It feels wrong. That's
Yeah,
what
like-
King said today.
Yeah, it really does feel wrong. But I had to know how I would actually feel in that moment. And this is the only time I'd get the chance to try. So I was like, let me see. And yeah, not a fan of that feeling. So my frame rate was fine. It didn't experience any crashes when I played through anything.
Okay.
I talked about the broken AI, but the main thing I wanted to point out
Mhm.
were the broken LODs, like the level of detail. So when characters are in the distance, say in open world games, they lower their level of detail and the frame rate at which they are at as a character, so you can see them, but they don't have to be like the high performer, like they're right in front of you, Cog, and like you see all that detail, right? So they knock down the level of detail. And that helps, again, maintain things like frame rate, as I will show in my review. But like to describe it here, there were so many fights where when you had like mad dudes on screen, like where they capture, like, especially in the later missions when it's like a war, pretty cool stuff there, right? I like what they were going for, but you could see the technical compromise because your game's frame rate will stay fine. Like I stayed locked at my current frame rate, but the frame rate, the frame data of the enemies will now become choppy. So what you're going to look at to try to describe it is your gameplay will be in a consistent frame rate, but the enemies will be like running at you like in stop motion. And that happened a ton not a ton. Every time there was a lot of enemies on screen. And when I say a lot, I'm saying like the extreme amount. So this was like 5 to 8 times in my playthrough.
Okay.
You know, like once per mission where they're, you know, especially by the end where they're like throw a lot at them. Like, and it's impossible to not notice. Like it's just a very choppy thing. If people want an example of what I'm talking about, if I'm doing a bad job describing it, think of what Pokemon Scarlet and Violet launched, and they were the kids who were sitting in the classroom and they were kicking their feet, but it was kind of going like this. It was like very stop motion like.
Okay.
That's what happens.
Okay.
Like the LEDs are fucked in this.
And this was all, again, because you play your reviews on PlayStation.
This is on PS5.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so it doesn't sound like you had that on Xbox.
I didn't. The Xbox, the technical issue I had on Xbox, the enemies were fine with that. The technical issue I had was transitioning from gameplay to cinematic. The first few seconds was this jittery mess that then corrected itself. I did have one game breaking glitch. Well, we had to like, okay, what's going, because we played I wanted to do the co-op experience for like at least 2 or 3 levels, and joining him was fine and stuff like that. But we had one thing where it's like, okay, we're gonna have to reload the whole checkpoint because, you know, this joint is, you know, not whatever advancing us. Like I think like the next objective didn't update, and we were like, okay, what is going on? And I will
Mhm.
say, the majority of those issues happened in the prequel missions as opposed to the base game. You know what I'm saying, kind of thing. But
Yeah.
again, early, I don't know. Again, I just want to be full disclosure. All this stuff is maybe a day one patch. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I'm just telling you about what we experienced with our review copy on that. You know, it didn't happen like all the time, but it happened like once or twice.
Okay.
And we were like, okay, we gotta
Okay.
talk about it. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. So definitely worth noting that, yeah, you had different technical issues than I
Yeah.
did. I know when I spoke to Gene, I don't know if I never checked in with him, but like he said he couldn't get through the final mission in the game. He said it was unplayable for, I don't know what reason. I didn't get back to him,
Oh
but like I
wow.
remember reading, he was like, that's something he experienced. So
Mm,
I haven't looked into that, but I'm curious how far spread the technical issues are.
yes, very curious about that. That is a good call out. Yeah, we got to see it.
So yeah, that's kind of my thoughts on it. It's just it's I think for people who are listening and you're like, oh, I'm gonna play this for the first time on PlayStation, and that's all you got, and you have no intent of getting an Xbox. You're never gonna have a game that like a rig that can play games on Steam, so you have no chance in hell
Yeah.
of playing Master Chief Collection. It's like, all right, yeah, I guess go for it,
Yeah.
but like you're not gonna get why I think so many of us love this game,
Mm,
and it's a shame.
yeah.
But for those of you who have played this before, I hate to say it, man. I don't see why you would play this over Master Chief Collection.
Hmm.
If you're already a Game Pass subscriber, you may as well give it a rip. But like, if
Yeah.
you're not, and
Yeah.
you're paying your hard-earned money for this,
Hmm.
I personally can't
Mm.
confidently suggest like go get it.
Yeah. I'm in the. It's okay. You know what I'm saying? And I can't go no higher than it's okay. That's just where I'm at. For me, I am not the target audience. So the stuff that I'm here for, yes, the remix stuff is cool. You could add, different flavor to classic levels and stuff like that. Modern controls does feel good, but ultimately it's just okay. And then to me, the biggest indictment as a person who truly loves Halo 1 like you love Halo 1. And a person who this is look, 2 and 3, we get it. 3 is the GOAT. But just for me personally, Halo 1 is so special to me. So special when I fire up the Master Chief Collection and it just blows it away, that's an indictment. And I can't get over it. So that's why, again, for my Xbox, hey, fire it up, have fun with the homies, do it up.
Mhm.
Just put on Master Chief Collection after you do it. And then you'll understand where I'm coming from.
Yeah.
PlayStation guys, you're gonna get a chance to play, at least experience somewhat of what core Halo is and why we love it and the encounter. But to Maddie's point, the reason why it's even more special in its original form in the pure
Yeah.
because the pacing and the set pieces all had weight, and they were constructed in such a way so beautifully sequenced that it
Yeah.
just was a perfect symphony of gameplay and story. And there's
Beautifully said.
some things that are slightly off with this remix.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Again, there's a nitpicking, but all of these things, what is it, Death by a Thousand Cuts, all
It
of these,
adds up.
it
Yeah.
adds up
Yeah.
to taking away from perfection. And I know a guy like Chris Raygun would understand because when you know something like a fine tooth comb, you know it, and you're like,
Yeah.
oh, you know
I
what I'm
wanted
saying?
him to be on this episode. I was like, "Hey, did you get it early?" Like, I didn't
Yeah.
want to give him like any indication of like where it was at, because in case he
Yeah.
like wasn't, I didn't want to like
Yeah.
ruin
Kind
anything
of
for
like,
him.
yeah.
He was
Skew.
like, he told me he didn't have it early. I was like, "Fuck!" I
I
was like,
know.
"Damn,
He would have
bro."
been
I was like,
perfect. I
I
know.
told him, I said, "I'm so curious what
Curious
you
to
think
what
of this
he
game."
thinks. Yeah.
Yeah,
He's a purist, and I would
yeah.
love to get his feedback on that. Yeah, for sure.
So that's Halo Campaign Evolved. Thank you again to Xbox for providing the review codes to us.
Mhm.
Shame for me at least that it didn't turn out as great, but curious to see what the audience thinks as the week goes on. If
Yeah,
y'all are picking it up in early access or anything like that, let us
absolutely.
know. Cog, let's get into the final but biggest news of this last week. Bethesda has laid out a roadmap for their future. I'm going to talk for like 5 to 8 minutes straight here, trying to read through everything just to catch everyone up and get us on the same level of information. This is a note from Todd Howard and says, "We love making these worlds as much as you love playing in them. Today, we want to share what's next for Bethesda Game Studios and what you can expect from us in the years ahead. For 40 years, we have built games that have entertained almost 500 million players. More than just games, these are worlds for you to explore, shape, and make your own. Worlds we return to together. That's what's driving us forward. We're investing more deeply in the worlds players love, giving creators a bigger role in shaping their experiences, and bringing our teams closer together so that we can get our games into your hands sooner, support them longer, and continue building them alongside you for decades to come. Cog, would you like to sound it off here real quick?
I'll let you read it. I
Little
bet.
humming.
Oh,
We
we
thought
that.
we said last week that was it
Thought I
for
would
you.
do it, bro. Bro, I go hold. I rewatched the episode, and I was like, "Yo, that's so crazy!" Like, I thought I would never do it again. We thought it was, bro. I was so
Yeah.
happy. So,
Cog has been given the ability to hum again, at least until the next year. Starfield continues. And this was the lead. This is the first thing. Todd was like, no, like, guys, settle down. With over 17 million players logging almost 1 billion hours to date, Starfield remains an important part of our future. As we enter year 3, we'll continue expanding the settled systems with new stories, targeted gameplay improvements, and additional updates, while preparing for the launch of new Starborn content next year. More than 40% of players already customize their experience through creations, and will continue investing in creators and giving new ways to make Starfield their own. Which, just on a side note here, COG, finally, our predicted Starborn DLC.
baby, let's go.
Yeah,
That's
we've
what
been
I'm
saying
talking
that for a
about.
while. We were a year off.
Yes.
Well, speaking of creations, Todd writes, we believed from the beginning that our worlds belong not only to the people who make them, but also to the people who play them. That's why we've long provided players with the tools to create their own experiences, dating back to the Morrowind construction set. This year marked another major milestone for creations with the expansion to Fallout 4, joining Starfield and Skyrim, and we're proud to say that creators have already earned more than $10 million in royalties from their work, which is quite significant from where Creation Club first started. Here we go. The future of Fallout. Fallout is one of our biggest priorities today. Fallout 5 remains our long-range destination. We have multiple Fallout projects in active development right now. Fallout 76 continues to be the home to millions of players exploring Appalachia together. With nearly 70 free updates released to date, the journey is far from over. It's getting spooky when I started reading this, not gonna lie. In fact, we have a major Fallout 76 expansion planned for next year. Raven Rock, a prequel story to Fallout 3. Fallout 4, the most award-winning game in the franchise, just celebrated its 10-year anniversary. The choice way of celebrating, I will say. And that recently passed over 35 million copies sold, continuing to attract a new audience every year. I don't think people talk enough about just like how well these guys' games sold. Like, it's crazy.
So crazy, bro.
We also know many players want to revisit previous Fallout experiences. While we're not announcing any dates today, we have been working on remasters for both Fallout 3 and New Vegas. Fallout Shelter continues to be the most popular way to experience Fallout on the go, with more than 250 million players. There's more ahead for Fallout Shelter, including new seasons. An unscripted Fallout Shelter television project is also in the works with our partners at Amazon Studios and Kilter Films. We'd like to congratulate Kilter Films and Amazon Studios on the 10 Emmy nominations for Fallout Season 2. Production of Season 3 is already underway. And while we won't host a traditional Fallout Day broadcast this year, we're already planning something special for Fallout's 30th anniversary in 2027, when Fallout Day will be celebrated live in Washington, D.C. Studio collaboration. The Wasteland continues to expand as we team up once again with our longtime friends at Obsidian Entertainment. We're happy to confirm they're working with us on a new Fallout project, and we'll have more to share in the future. We're also working to bring our teams closer together across Bethesda. ZeniMax Online Studios will partner closely with Bethesda Game Studios on the Elder Scrolls franchise, while continuing to deliver incredible new experiences for the Elder Scrolls Online. Season 1, Return of the Thieves Guild, recently launched, and the team has more planned for the future. By aligning more directly across the franchise, we can even create better experiences for players. Bringing our teams closer together is helping us build a stronger foundation for everything we create next. This is your turn, Cog. The Elder Scrolls and beyond.
Yes.
The foundation extends beyond our teams to the technology, tools, and systems that power the next generation of Bethesda RPGs. Our teams are now developing the Elder Scrolls 6 and Fallout 5 on Creation Engine 3, a shared technology platform we've been building since Starfield's launch. It allows our teams to support multiple projects simultaneously with new tools, rendering, and systems that define our games. Fallout 5 is currently in pre-production. The Elder Scrolls 6 is our primary development focus today, with the majority of our team currently working on the next chapter of the franchise. With over 65 million copies sold, players are still exploring Skyrim 15 years later, but we know it's been a very long wait for the sequel. The next chapter is on the way. We are where we plan to be, loving how it looks and playing it every day. Do you believe the plan part? You think this is all part of the plan?
I got thoughts.
All right. Well, the letter concludes.
Yeah.
Across Bethesda Game Studios, we're building the future of Fallout, The Elder Scrolls, and Starfield. We're investing in our technology, bringing teams closer together, supporting our live games, expanding into new forms of entertainment, and developing the next generation of Bethesda RPGs. We couldn't be more excited for what's ahead and wanted to share as much as we could today. We can't thank you enough for all you've given us and these worlds. We can't wait to continue them together. Signed, God Powered.
God Howard in the building. First.
Oh, where do we start with this one?
Whew. Man, so much, right? Let me, before we get into it, I'm gonna give it to you before. I just want to be respectful to the human part first, right? Which is, in order for us to get here, a lot of people that we respect and like have lost their jobs. And I don't want to minimize that, because that part, we have to talk about the human element, and there's a lot of people that lost their jobs and stuff, and Bethesda was affected. And I want to be respectful of that first, because I don't want to seem like, hey, I'm just cheering things on, what I'm saying, kind of thing. But we also have to remember what we said. Both things can be true, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whereas they clearly lost a lot of people, and now there's going to be a regime change, and now it's going to be a renewed focus. Now, to your point, when you asked me that question about how do I feel about this situation, and was it planned along, this is what I've heard. I have heard that a lot of this was in their plans. I have heard the majority of it was in their plans, and we're gonna get into the the specifics. I'll let you dive into the specifics, but as far as like each game and each franchise and stuff like that. But what I will say, and this is where I push, actually I had a friendly back and forth with Jez, because he disagrees with me, right? And what I said is this: yes, it is true that these plans were ahead, because he's like, oh, but they've done roadmaps. I'm like, Jez, I love you, but never like this, and never this level of transparency, because me and you, Maddie, know that Todd is a very keep things close to vest kind of guy, at least in my opinion. You correct me if I'm wrong, right? I get the sense that like, I want to talk to you about it. At least he's been on record for saying when things are ready, right? Yeah. When he's always given that energy off to me, and I remember him being quoted, right? So when I see this expansive roadmap, right? This to me is different. This to me, there is an X factor, or there's another variable here. There's one variable here, because I saw someone from the head of Xbox tweet, yeah, we talked to Bethesda. Todd Howard is doing. That's a different thing to me. And that to me, when I look at a guy like Maddie, and he comes on this show with such sadness, when we talk about all they're doing is they're not doing anything for the Fallout update, their anniversary. They're not doing anything but 76 content. Like years of this, when you are literally the stewards of the #1 franchise show in gaming, you're the stewards of the biggest games, and all my man would like is to see when is mainline stuff coming, right? And for the first time, he's getting the clarity that he has never received. It is like feeding a starving child. You know what I'm saying? Like, this man has been malnourished for years. And finally, yes, he is allowed to pop off when they tell him, you're getting a buffet, you're getting a banquet in your future.
Yeah.
Right. And for me, that's how I say, like I said, on the top level, I'll be honest with you, Maddie. I thought I'd never hum again. I didn't think they considered it a tent pole. I was like, it's a wrap. I had to take my L. I said, look, Starfield faithful, you know I love y'all. I know it's not a lot of us. I know we're dealing with guys like him that have the Michael Jackson Thriller album. They have all the great accolade. My baby's not the GOAT. I just love it for different reasons. But I was like, okay, I have to accept the reality that they've moved on. And to see Starborn, my favorite, you know what I'm saying? And remember what Tim Land had said when we talked to him during Free Lanes and
Oh, yeah.
Terran Armada. They did say more content, but I was like, things have probably changed. It is refreshing to see that that's still part of the family. But I'm gonna leave the main stuff to you. You know, when you see Elder Scrolls, when you see Fallout, multiple Fallout, 5, Obsidian Fallout, like where is your head at when you read this statement, when you first see a statement from Bethesda Studios in this lengthy list? Like, where's your mindset at with this?
About fucking time, dude. Like, I mean, there's some things as like the hype dissipates a little bit and it settles in, like, okay, you're where you wanted to be with Elder Scrolls 6, but you couldn't even put like a new image up as part of like your plan for the future, like anything at all, like nothing whatsoever. Strange. You're being weirdly cagey about the game engine. You know, like what that Obsidian's going to use for this new Fallout game. Why? So there's a level of like they're saying they're going to be more communicative, but there's still a lot of questions on the table. Like, you know, if Elder Scrolls 6 is where you want it to be, why has there been no update? Did you really plan on 15 years thus far between Skyrim and now Elder Scrolls 6? I can't imagine that.
Right.
That said, yeah, bro, my brain goes right to Fallout and I'm like, it's about time. This has been so overdue. It's sickening. And it's simple confirmations on things we already knew about.
Yes.
That's the main thing in all this. It's simply things we already knew about. And what's funny about this all is it's another thing that we've said, which is just take the free W. It's right there. Take the free W. This is partially an Xbox thing that we talked about where it's like, yeah, man, the spin out the studios. Like, we will see what the fate of those studios ends up being after all this.
Yeah,
We
fair.
don't know who bought who and
Fair.
what their games will do after they ship, et cetera, et
Fair.
cetera. We don't know if, you know, Compulsion's going to find work. We don't know if Xbox sends some out to die or not. We don't know yet. But like, it reads like best case. We're focusing on, okay, here are these big franchises, but like Xbox kind of time in the news. It's something Locke and I talked about extensively. Getting Schreier involved, by the way.
Power move. Don't sleep.
Very, very surprised how he kind of like, with all due respect, kind of like bit, because again, like
good call out. I didn't think about that.
They didn't give him much either. Like I say this to respect, I like Jason's work, but like I felt I got more answers in my 8 questions I asked via email than his interview one-on-one with Todd. And that's exactly the point. Everything was peachy keen. There's a big reunion. And again, I'm not trying to start shit when I say that. It's just to be clear, like there was a clear calculated PR strategy amongst all of this that is working. And it's because Xbox is doing the incredibly fucking obvious things. And there is something to be said about that. Now, does that mean they got to get away with murder on the PlayStation? No, that's why we don't want to get too carried away here.
Exactly.
But is there
fair? You
know, to bring it back to before I've been dancing around a bit because I wanted to get to this point before I go into Fallout, which is just like, you know, what Cog said is totally true. That there was a lot of sacrifice that was paid to get to this point. And my take has always been it never needed to go like this. Not to be like dramatic and theatrical with it, but it really did it like this. Just it never needed to go this way. It never needed to cost studios getting spun out, Game Pass getting radically overhauled, people getting fired left and right. Like, I'm not trying to defend the brand. I'm just saying, like, it never really had to come to that point if this shit got greenlit earlier and was injecting more money in the company, which it no doubt would have. Would it have saved everything? I don't know. Maybe because we're hearing how Minecraft and Game Pass in different instances were saving losses in this company. I can only imagine what a Fallout remaster did. And I'm sure they realized that last year and like, oh, top 10 seller last year, Oblivion remaster at $50. Oh, you know, so again, I feel bad for the people who have lost their jobs in all of this because I think it was unavoidable bloodshed from the past regime if they had greenlit certain more ambitious, business-friendly projects alongside the experimental stuff. And that would have all, I think, helped Game Pass and who knows what position we're in at that point if things are going well. With that said, now we'll talk about Fallout.
Let's go.
Dude, just super excited to know there's more than just 76 updates. We already knew Fallout 5. 76, though, getting that, I will say on the note of 76, real quick, prequel story with Raven Rock, that's pretty cool. Remasters just need to be confirmed, though, right? And when they say, hey, next year we're celebrating in DC, I'm like, there's your release date.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I said. Yeah. There it is. Yeah. There it is. Yeah.
I'm
That's
like, there you go. That's them saying without saying it. There's a possibility where they drop it a little bit earlier, because that's kind of I could see Bethesda getting a little coy with it, like dropping it way beforehand and then having the celebration for Fallout Day there, where they're like, because of Fallout 3 and all this shit, like, we're having it here.
Yeah.
But, because that's the thing. I'm like, I think that is the release date, but, if you want to have people who have already like replayed it and then they go to the celebration versus it releases and they're away from the game as they're celebrating, feels a little like disconnect there. So I wonder what they do. But another thing here, as a longstanding member of the community, celebrating Bombs Drop Day in a memorable, meaningful way. This is something we've talked about a lot, man. Just Fallout Day meaning something. Shadow dropping on Fallout Day. The thing that we've talked about, Survivor 2299. I could cry. Woo! I'm like, dude,
let's go.
Spent half my life talking about this shit. Like, hey, it'd be so cool if you guys did something on October 23rd. So that stuff feels like a huge win. But of course, the biggest win of it all, the biggest confirmation.
Let's go.
No longer just a leaker rumor. Obsidian is making a Fallout video game. Just so long overdue, right? Just so long overdue. Again, a very obvious play. And a lot of what we said earlier is just kind of my thoughts now, which is just like, yeah, right now we're in the phase of the long overdue. Let's get those done with. What does Obsidian do next after this? I don't know. What does Bethesda Game Studios do after Fallout 5? I don't know. We're looking at right now, though, with the remasters, like, do they remaster 1 and 2 after? I don't know. But right now they're hitting the obvious stuff. 3 need a remaster. New Vegas need a remaster. We need Fallout 5 and we need New Vegas. And so depending on right now, Schreier has been saying some interesting things. There's been a lot of conflicting, you know me, I've been sending it to you because I'm like obsessed with this thing. There's been a lot of conflicting info on what exactly is going on with Sawyer's project. Will it use Unreal? Will it use Creation? Jez was like saying that the reason there's a debate about it is because I guess Sawyer and co presented this game and started working on it, and it was so adjacent to Fallout that they were like, well, why aren't we making this a Fallout game? And I think about that. We had such an important interview with Sawyer when you
we got to rewatch that, man. I got to rewatch it.
I used clips from that in my video investigating Obsidian's Fallout because I'm like, dude, there's 3 gems in there of like, this guy knows how to get his projects greenlit. And I guarantee you, again, foresight in mind as well. There is a level of like, people want us to make New Vegas again. Bethesda will not let us make New Vegas again. Why don't we just make we already make so many Bethesda adjacent games, Avowed, Elder Scrolls, Outer Worlds, Fallout. Why don't we just make a post-apocalyptic first-person game that has these tools that evokes Fallout, but it's not really Fallout? Why don't we just literally do it? I guarantee that was the pitch. And if it turns into Fallout, great. If it doesn't, we'll just do what we did with Avowed and make it its own thing, or Outer Worlds and make it its own thing. And wouldn't you know it, according to Jez, they were like, it's so close, it may as well be. And given that we've seen Josh knows how to like, hey, like I think his quote was like, given you are the new suitor and you might want to be accommodating, you might want to greenlight Pentiment because, otherwise I'll go. So Josh is not incapable of that approach. He mentioned how things at Obsidian, when he described to us, like, we asked him, we were like, how did Pentiment get greenlit? Like, how did this project get going and stuff? He's like, well, we don't have to really like ask. He said, we don't have to ask Xbox to go to the bathroom. He's like, we can start our own thing and then present it visually to them and be like, here's what we're thinking. And I'm sure that was part of it too, is like, hey, check this out. Oh, it's kind of like Fallout. I have long said, I think I'll start with this. One thing that I'm not playing ball with online is when people are like, they're forced to do this. Is there a level of like, maybe Asha pulled the 2 toys out of the toy box and made them get together? Yeah, sure.
Okay.
But do I think Obsidian Entertainment's being forced
Talk
against
about
their
it.
will?
Thank you. Thank you for saying this. Thank you for saying this.
Absolutely not.
Mm-hmm.
I did the research. I pulled out 3 different Fergus Urquhart quotes from the last 3 years of him saying, I'd love to work on Fallout before I die. I'd love to work on Fallout before I retire. Absolutely no question we do Fallout. Sawyer in 2022 and 2024, would you work on Fallout? Yeah, I could see myself doing it again. 2024, if Xbox asked you to do Fallout, would you do it? He said, sure. Love Fallout. Like, Brandon Adler, literally talking about the reason we had Reputation, the reason we had faction quest lines in Outer Worlds 2. I love Fallout New Vegas. And then talking about what was your big inspiration for Outer Worlds 2? It was New Vegas. This team's senior leadership, which is, by the way, all the carryovers when it comes to New Vegas, fucking loves Fallout. There's no gun to their head with this, I promise you. Especially because, again, I guarantee this was a lifeline.
Oh, yeah.
I guarantee jobs were saved because of this.
Oh, yeah.
If you have 2 massive 6-year development projects that do not do well, and your small, whatever, co-developed project is the only thing that does well for you last year, and you spent 6 years on both those other RPGs, I don't know if you're an RPG studio anymore, to Asha Sharma. I, again, genuinely believe Fallout gave that team a lifeline. So I think there's also people who are like, I have a job still, thank God, amongst all of this. And again, it's not to say I have less sympathy for the 25% who got cut. Of course. I just think it could easily be 50.
Yeah.
That was my read. You and I were afraid they were going to get shut down.
Yeah.
Their name did briefly pop up as a rumor, and I don't think that just happened for nothing, but it did crop up.
Oh, yeah.
So that's why I'm enthusiastic about it. I think it's something they've wanted to do for a while. It feels 10 years long overdue. I think they're ready to do it. It's just about, like, what engine are they doing? Where is it set?
Yes.
Those fun questions. The whole engine thing, they're being cagey about it. I don't like that, but, like, otherwise, dude, like, I'm rambling now. I'll just say I'm really excited. I'm really excited about Fallout. I'm happy there's more than just a show and a live service game. That's it. Knowing that it's not just, Fallout Remaster, and then Ty gives me we like you to miss things. We'll see where we go next. Just like, yeah, okay, we're remastering New Vegas as well. Shit's gonna still sell so well, dude. Like, cool. Oh, and an Obsidian game. Cool. Like, I got new things to look forward to. Cool. Like, that's all I've really wanted. Now it's like a big buffet. Now I'm looking at everything. I'm like, okay, I'd like to enjoy the fruits of my labor after years of begging, years of clamoring. Finally, I get some fucking food, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That was beautiful. It's beautiful to see. And this is super dope. I guess the follow-up my question I had, because you made a good point in reference, which I agree with, in reference to Obsidian and the being forced to narrative, right? And I'm with you. I feel that, yeah, there could be influence. Hey, let's see if we could talk and, you guys get in the room or whatever, figure something out. But there's also, with people of this stature, especially, again, revisiting our Sawyer interview and stuff like that, sometimes you're at a level where it's like you want to do what you want to do also, and you have that cachet to be like, I'm not interested in that, and or this and that. I may move on, right, kind of thing. So I do feel there's a level of assurances of, one, I want to do this. Like you said, he's been on record multiple times of saying he wants to do it. So I can see that side. I agree. The side I got to ask you, because we have not talked, is the Bethesda side, specifically with Fallout. We know that Fergus has been on the record. We know Josh has been on the record. And now Todd is saying, hey, I speak to Fergus all the time. And because I think Jason did ask him, and hey, this, that, and third. So I think it is fair to say, if you speak to him all the time and you guys are allegedly cool, then why hasn't this happened? I think it's a fair question. So my question to Maddie is based on what you know, or what you think, or what you ascertain. Could there have been some form of coercion there, which has led to the memes? I know the memes are extreme, but like, how do you process that in terms of Obsidian on the Bethesda side with a Fallout game?
Yeah, I'm actually looking for, okay. So I asked Bethesda this. I made a whole video about all these answers Bethesda gave me. And, because they said, we're going to be more transparent. We're going to talk more. So I said, okay, let's see. And to be frank, they didn't really give me a whole They gave me enough answers to like talk about things, but like, for example, I said there's a community-wide assumption that Asha Sharma came in, cracked the whip, and took control of Fallout as an IP.
You said it.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing.
Went
Is like I was like,
straight
how clear are we going to be?
Yeah.
I said I think some clarity on how this post from Bethesda Game Studios came to be and why they were specifically motivated to communicate with fans would go a long way in clearing that up. And they said, look, we read the internet too. All of our fans and plenty of creators have been asking for us to lay out a roadmap for a long time. As bits of info or announcements came out individually, they get lost in the larger picture of all we're doing as a studio. So we felt it was best to do it all at once and paint a clear picture for everyone. This is a shift in our approach to communication that Bethesda Game Studios has been contemplating for some time now. So that is their answer to when I said
shift.
Asha showed up and made this all happen. She made this happen. They were like, no, we plan on doing this.
Oh,
I view it as like there could be two things true at once.
Okay.
There is a level of believability that they have been thinking about and talking about this.
Yeah.
But when Todd posts on Reddit like, hey guys, I'm a professional lurker here. We get all your ideas. We love reading this all stuff. And I'm like, so you've been watching this community just fucking rip each other up. And you still are like, it's show. I don't fucking buy that.
I'm with you.
Do I think it was like, do I think these two were, I think Todd's very good at being corporate.
Oh, bro, he's amazing.
I'm sure Fergus was like, Todd, please. And Todd's like, when the time is right, we will. Right.
Todd
and so
Todd's smooth with it too.
Definitely.
Yeah.
You know, absolutely. Yeah, I definitely view it like his arm was twisted a bit here. This is against everything they do. They like to wait till the last moment. Fallout 4 was like proof of that. It was a really good moment for them. Oblivion Remaster was even better. Where it was like, oh my God, they like shadow dropped this game we've all wanted for a while. But it has been such a barrier for them now. And that hype just reads to me more like cope is the problem. And I say that because it's like your games aren't good enough to just be marketed and picked apart because you know you'll find issues over time. You benefit more from like the big IP with the shadow drop and everyone's like, oh, whoa. And there's no objectivity until after the fact. And by then you've made all your money. So yeah, do I think like Asha put them together? I'm sure.
Yeah.
There's no coincidence that for all the years we spent asking for it and the Fergus Urquhart headlines and the Josh Sawyer headlines, that all of a sudden new CEO comes in, reset, first project greenlit, these two are together. The question I have that I asked but did not get a good answer for was like, in what capacity is Bethesda here?
Yes.
And is it managerial? Is it overseeing?
Great question.
And it was like, they said every approach is different per Fallout project, but we are general managers of the franchise. So my read, bro,
what you got?
Like you want my 2 cents on it?
Let me, where you at?
Oh, they're in the Halo Studios bag right now. You get to watch someone else do this. So Halo Wars, that sort of thing, or like that's what I'm thinking. Like co-develop, like that. That's what I'm thinking. Like what they did with ZeniMax Online Studios. Like, hello. Oh, you want to check what happened with this Daedric God? Yeah, here's this in our spreadsheet. That's all you need? Cool, man. Elder Scrolls 6.
Got you.
Like that's my read.
Okay, resource reference. Yeah.
And my short answer to this is I think they're saving face. Trying to control the narrative. We are still managers. We still run the Fallout IP. We have not lost, because that's the narrative. They lost control.
Right.
I think they still did. You know, part of this post is sort of admission of that, you know, because again, we know like Asha probably was like, come on, put it out there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's leading to the things we want. So there's also that. Is Todd long for that world? We'll see how much of a team player he is.
I got some new information on that specifically.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah, I forget. I should have had the article ready because I'm not professional podcasting, but there's an article on Insider Gaming in reference to this. I forgot who he spoke to. I believe it may have been Schreier, but don't quote me. I wish I had the article ready. But shout out to Insider Gaming. They caught it. He had made a statement specifically about retirement and said,
oh, yes.
I had at one point, it was something, but as of like, I'm generalizing, right? It was kind of like, that is not something on the table. I'm fully excited and stuff to be about all the things I'm working on. And like, I was like, interesting. You know what I'm saying? He got ahead of that rumor, which is something I was hearing.
Yes.
Yeah, so I was like, okay, interesting. You know what I'm saying? Kind of thing. So again, I'm speculating now, right? But when I look at Josh Sawyer and I look at Todd Howard, two luminaries, right? To me, in order to keep them happy, engaged, and they have to have some form of assurances. This is my guess. So I feel from the Sawyer side, he wants to do New Vegas. He wants to do a Fallout game. I mean, New Vegas, but a Fallout game, right?
Yeah.
He wants to do a Fallout game. And I could see him wanting control of his baby, right? On some level. But within the frameworks of, like you said, hey, if we need to go to Encyclopedia Bethesda to make sure we are in the framework of whatever we're doing, timeline, lore, hey, man, resource material 101, can you send, encyclopedia down on this? Cool, if we're in the framework, all right, my man. But that's you, right? This is your baby through and through. Potentially, this could be one scenario. And if I am Todd, right, and you're like, okay, they clearly want to make Fallout games and Elder Scrolls. They want our tent poles. We're going to get to exist. We're going to lose staff. There may be some assurances made to him so that he's comfortable. I'm just curious what that is for him to be so outspoken. Hell no, I'm cool with being here for years. I thought about retirement at one point, but you know what, man, I'm so reinvigorated now. Things are so. It is interesting that everyone's putting on this unified front. Yes, it is damage control on some level for sure. But me and you, based on what we know those two are strong-minded on some level. So I am speculating that he may have been giving some form of assurance. I just want to know what that is for him to be comfortable.
For him to be comfortable to say, like, I'm sticking around.
Yeah. And to say, hey, here's the roadmap. Hey, I'm a lurker. I've been around. No, you haven't. You have not been around. I'm sorry, God, I love you. You have not been that person. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. And you can't imagine it's like he got a raise. Like this guy's fucking made, bro. Like what was it? Like
what was it? Yeah.
Or
yes.
Let's float out the other possibility. Things changed in a year, right? Remember, like Phil was like, "Oh, tribalism would be what pushed them out of the industry," but it turns out it was Satya. So things change. Todd's being cooperative, so he's going to keep his position.
That's a good call out.
But does a year from now, when the roadmap has been stabilized and everything's good, Todd's like, yeah, I've given it my all. He Joe Ziegler's it. He's like, thanks, guys. Like, I got another great opportunity. I've always said I think he will see Elder Scrolls 6 through.
Yeah.
But the whole Todd being told what to do thing, I wonder how long he is for that world. And I think, what could have been? Talk
to me.
Think about the leaked email from Bethesda. Let's take Asha out of this for a moment. The leaked Bethesda email was said, like, we're focused on our biggest IP. That's Fallout, Elder Scrolls, Doom, Quake, and Wolfenstein, right? Like, we're going through it all. No Starfield mentioned.
Correct. At that time.
Maybe Starfield.
It was a surprise. It was a surprise.
Like maybe that kind of like, hey, you still get to also have some expression over here.
Don't kill this, my baby.
On. You get to do your Elder Scrolls 6 Fallout. So basically for him, technically, everything's the same. We just need your Fallout team to help manage this Obsidian project.
Fair.
And that is the compromise. You still get 5. That's the thing. I forgot to mention that. Bethesda's claim on 5.
You're right.
They have 5. Obsidian does not have 5. And maybe that was the other thing.
Correct. You get to do spinoff.
Yeah. We still do the main one.
Yes, I could see that. And as a person who likes control, right? Who likes to be the steward of things. And you don't kill off my 76. You don't kill off my ESO completely. They still exist. And we're not killing Starfield. And maybe that's part of the negotiation where maybe Xbox, again, we're really speculating, but Xbox came in and want them to be a little bit even thinner on the franchises. Because you're right. Starfield was not mentioned in that original post by Ash. Just a good catch. I forgot about that. So and then maybe because Todd is about the team and about
led with Starfield. We could add that to the speculation here.
This is a good educated guess. I like these guesses. We're speculating.
I think he could have maybe got what he wanted. I don't know.
We never know. But these are things, the food for thought when the information comes out later to see how correct we were or incorrect we were. This stuff is fun. But I do agree that Todd, I think, had to have some leverage or some things for him to feel comfortable as well.
Yeah. My guess, if I were to wager like what that is, like Elder Scrolls 6. I mean, okay, so one of the questions I asked Bethesda was I said, what about the Elder Scrolls 6 roadmap?
Okay.
Like, what does that look like after layoffs? They are claiming unaffected, right?
Mm,
So if that is the case, then, we're July 2026 now. Our guess has been 2028 holiday season.
bro. Hey,
So we're just about 2 years away. So Fallout 5 is a little nearer now.
mm,
We really got to start thinking about that. Just having control of the main line, I think that plays a big factor here.
mm.
My guess would be.
Okay.
I think that could get him over the line, but
Okay.
I don't know, man.
Yeah.
There's a lot to get into here as well. We have a couple
All
write-ins.
right.
This one comes from Dan Excel. He says, "Hey Dukes, prediction time. And gun to your head, do you think Obsidian's Fallout will use Creation Engine 3 or Unreal Engine 5? Unfortunately, my prediction is Unreal Engine 5, given their existing pipeline for Unreal Engine, which probably speeds up development time by a substantial amount. And all we know, everything bows to the almighty dollar. However, even if it meant getting a new Fallout game a year earlier, I believe using Unreal Engine 5 for anything other than the remasters would be a huge mistake. Creation Engine is absolutely integral to the core Bethesda games, and given that Fallout 5 will be using it, it's important to emphasize continuity with engines. Beyond continuity, Creation Engine offers a distinct look and feel and is essential for modding. The UEification of the video games is one of the worst things to happen to our industry this generation. And for Fallout to be another victim would be a shame. If anyone from Obsidian is listening, please push for Creation Engine." I've never heard someone actually push for Creation Engine. This is so interesting.
No.
Thank you, Dan XL, for your write-in. Cog, what do you want? You want that UE5 glow up, as you like to call it, or do you want Creation Engine 3?
Bro, I am so torn on this. I
Yeah.
am so I literally don't
There's
quote me.
great reasons for both. It's so
Yeah, I don't want to say the wrong thing here because I can legit make an argument for both that makes sense. Ones that make financial sense, that makes team synergy sense. Then there's the control aspect. Then there's the monetization aspect with what Creation Engine offers. Then there's the familiarity standpoint from Obsidian with that engine and all they've been doing is UE5. This is tough. Oh, right now, as of today, as of recording, this can change. So I'm just going to go for right now just to give an answer. I'm leaning 60-40 UE5. Only from the standpoint that we may be, remember, now we're considering this spinoff.
Mm.
And it's not Fallout 5 because we are now saying, Bethesda, you are still making Fallout. They said Fallout 5 is in pre-production. That didn't have Obsidian's name. They said they're making a Fallout title. So there's a part of me that's like, I could see Xbox and Bethesda like, bro, Creation Engine, mods, money. But right, which is the business play. And I'm not, if they do it, I get it. But there's the other part of me that's like, Josh was it Project Michigan, which is now transformed into Fallout game, was on UE5. Development time. What is, let's just guess, 2 years? I don't know, right? So if you were UE5ing and you were doing something that closer to Fallout universe, Xbox likes it and says, I should have said, yo, that's very Fallout adjacent. Let's just do that, right? Do you now change the entire development scope and say we're importing this into Creation when you haven't used Creation?
Yeah.
And does Josh want that development friction to the team to be like, all right, guys, now we're, square, what is it? Square peg hole, that statement. Like, are we doing that? That's the only struggle I have with it. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe maybe the devs will be like, it's not as deep as you're thinking this is. And they go, okay. I'm like, all right, if you sell me, if someone's listening who's worked on both, you know what I'm saying? And I just worry about the development pipeline and the timeline to move it over. That's the only trepidation I have because the Creation Engine argument is probably the stronger argument. It's like, yo, do what works for this series, make money, profit. That's the answer. I just worry about Josh, not his ego, but his team, the development, and switching gears. That's just my only fear. We'll get the answer, but this is a great question. I don't know how this going to play. Where are you leading as of recording? Where are you leading?
God, like my mind changes every like 10 minutes on it because it's just there's such great reasons for both. There really is. Because like the other thing that I didn't consider is like all the Fallout assets are already made on Creation Engine, and they're like 76 has so many of them. You know, an enormous amount of them. It could be another Fallout New Vegas situation where it's like, here's your asset library, here's our engine, build something quick. That's literally the conditions that New Vegas was made in. And Josh Sawyer said in his New Vegas Let's Play, he was like, creation, he's like, this engine, he's like, it's got a lot of issues, but he's like, for content building, that was game real though. We're talking Creation Engine now, right?
Yeah,
so they built that with the 3 stuff, but Bethesda introduced Creation Engine with Skyrim. So I'm not really sure, you know, if that same thought he has will apply to this engine. I know Creation Engine 2 had a ton of issues, especially for modders. But with all this said, I go back to what Asha Sharma wants. She listed Elder Scrolls as a platform. That's the new chase, right? We had the live service push. That's still a thing ongoing, but now it's the Roblox, Minecraft platform push, and you already got one of those, right? You know what it's like to have this established, bigger than life IP with its built-in player-funded store where players are making livings off of things that are there, and players love this thing so much that they're buying things there and they're engaging with it more. It's like the most beautiful thing ever for a company, right? Because they're like, dude, they're just going to stay here and keep spending and like, this is it. And so with Bethesda, I'm sure her eyes lit up a bit. She's like, you got individual stores per game. Got one for Skyrim with 65 million copies sold. You've got one for Fallout 4 and Starfield. What about these UE games? Now I'm of two minds, Cog. One mind is, look, they're doing these remasters. You know, Oblivion remaster was made on Unreal Engine 5. So I imagine Fallout 3 and New Vegas remaster are also going to be on Unreal Engine 5. If that ends up being the case, I feel like that's now 3 games you've committed to that structure.
Yeah.
We got to figure out a modding solution there. If you figured that out, or you have plans to figure that out, then I feel Sawyer's game on UE5 should be no problem at all. I don't know what gets them there quicker, because you look at Outer Worlds 2 and it's like all the tools are there on Unreal Engine 5. Everything. It's right there. So you could argue, hey, we got everything we need. We just need to build Fallout assets. And they were already building something post-apocalyptic adjacent. UE5 sounds pretty quick to me, but if you go over to Creation Engine, you got all of the Fallout art over there already. Everything's kind of good to go. Plus the modability. Plus there's no vendor cut now because it's a proprietary engine.
Yes.
You know, because you're already imagining, like, they're thinking splits because they're thinking, well, Obsidian's going to get a cut and Bethesda Game Studios as managers are going to get a cut. I know they're all within Xbox, but at the end of the day, like, that affects people's bonuses who just work at these single teams. So again, like, this is and round we go. Like, it's just like over, like, you could justify both.
Yeah.
Gun to my head,
right
yes.
now, as it's recorded, our thoughts could change because remember, we don't have all the information, so we're guessing. Where's Maddie at with this? What's your gut telling
Something
you?
tells me if it was Unreal Engine, we would just have been told.
Okay.
I feel like Creation Engine, consistent with Fallout. But then I look at the remasters, odd one.
That's tough. It's tough.
No, I'm going Unreal. Fuck it.
You going Unreal too?
I'm just thinking what makes sense for Obsidian. They want this quick.
I know.
I want it quick. Like, are you going to take the time to train them? If part of Obsidian learns a different tech stack, then they're not useful to the rest of Obsidian.
That's what I'm saying.
It's got to be Unreal Engine 5.
That's what I'm thinking. And then also, last point, Asha and the Xbox, the thing they love bragging is how the studios can help each other because they're using the tech and stuff together, and everyone uses. I don't now. Granted, Bethesda won't be able to help because they don't use Unreal Engine. But you know, it is interesting. It's a tough one, man. But yeah, we'll revisit this. We'll see. I don't know if Schreier will get it or someone will get it. Someone will get the scuba, or maybe Mr. Matty plays.
No, I literally told Bethesda. I said, like, when they didn't give me an answer, when I asked them, I was like, what engine is this on? They're like, we're not ready to announce that yet. I literally said to them, Jason Schreier,
Yeah.
Jez Corden, Tom
Yeah.
Moore. I said one of these three is going to
Yes.
announce this for you.
Yes.
So you may as well do it yourself.
Exactly. It'll
I
come.
kept it that simple. Said it in my video. I was like, hey, someone's going to announce it for you, dude.
Yes.
Give it time.
It's going to get out. Oh, yeah.
I'm not saying you got to give me the answer, but like you should just put this out there.
Oh, we forgetting Avalon going to know.
Oh, yeah. I forgot to mention him.
Yeah. Chris going to know. He going to know in the building. Yeah, it's going to come out. This is a fun thought experiment because there is a lot of interesting ramifications around this.
Yeah.
And it's just
do they want storefronts or do they want it quick?
Exactly.
You know?
Yeah.
Or do they get it quick and they have a storefront option that's in development?
Right. And it goes, because I'm not saying that there's beef, but there's differing reporting between Jez Corden and Jason slightly in terms of Obsidian's length of time on Pride. There's still little details about this that's fun, and I want to know what is the correct timeline.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
I mean, right now Jason's a little bit on an island. Like, he's kind of reporting like Michigan scrapped, definitely not being converted into Fallout. But Jez is like, I've definitely not heard that, and there are other people who we've spoken to who have not heard the same thing
either. Yeah, so it's just like
Avalon's like, yeah, it started as Fallout and like it's been in development for a while. So and if Xbox leadership is reportedly looking at the game side eye, like, why isn't this already called Fallout? Then I don't know if they're going to be like, stop everything and start from the beginning.
Right. It does feel,
you could technically scrap the project in spirit, like Project Michigan's over. This is now Fallout.
But now this is now right. So in spirit, it's over, but you've been repurposed and you've still using the existing work that you've been working on.
I usually don't question Schreier's reporting. It's just I do look at it and I'm like, well, dude, you got like tons of people saying differing things, and it's not the first time where he's kind of been off and then like repurposes the information.
Correct.
Like, actually, so
and is it defense? He used a qualifying statement in that sentence. Like if we reread it, I remember me and you were talking about it. I sent you the quote, and I was like,
I got you.
This quote, there's still a qualifier before it. I forgot. If we reread it, I'm going to catch it, and I'm like, that part doesn't sound definitive yet. And that's the only thing I'll put. And Jason's amazing. I'm not trying to come for him or anything like that. This is a very, very fluid situation. I remember there's a word he used. I'm like, that doesn't sound 100% definitive.
I'm trying to find the damn thing.
So
click to reset era. Here we go. Can't comment on what Obsidian wanted to do before starting Sawyer's most recent project, which was codenamed Michigan. What I can say is that Michigan was not Fallout, nor was it a prototype that they hoped would become Fallout, but it is now being scrapped for a new Fallout. I do not know how much of Michigan, if any, will be used for the new Fallout.
I do not know if any. I do not know if any.
I do not know how much of Michigan, if any, will be used for the new Fallout.
Right. That to me is the qualifier because you don't know how much, what if, again, in fairness, right? What if the majority of Michigan that may have been perceived as Fallout, right? That was basically what they looked at and said, hey, this looks like a Fallout game. Let's do a Fallout game. It's still being used. That part he doesn't have clarity on. So that's how I look at it. And again, it doesn't say means he's wrong. He's saying he doesn't know, right? So that's saying he's wrong. So that's why I can't say definitively they are starting from a 0-point origin foundation and now having to rebuild the whole thing. We can't definitively say that either. That's what I'm trying to say. It's a funny thought.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's just we'll see. I mean, again, this is why I told them, I was like, you guys got to fucking you got it. This is like the one, like, you want to hold details about setting and what capacity. That makes sense. Engine? In what world has an engine ever been secretive in our industry? Never.
Exactly.
So unless it's like conversation still happening, I guess that's why. But they should make the announcement. Anyway, that's it for me, Cog. Anything else you want to add in on this conversation, or shall we wrap it up?
No, we good, man. We had what's funny lately? We were like, it's going to be, some of these shows, we're like, it's going to be, just one or two topics. Not this one.
No, this one I went in knowing, we're starting late and we have new Halo, Fallout news,
massive.
Compat. Like, I was like, it's
massive.
Goodbye evening.
I knew the evening was a wrap. I was like, I already know. But no, another one, man. And again, back Compat news was amazing. Obviously, the Fallout, getting to break that down is fun. And obviously, talking Halo, doing a review with you is always fun. So another one in the books, man. Massive show. A lot of good stuff. But man, dope stuff.
100%. Appreciate you all listening. Thank you for walking with us through everything from physical games and Halo all the way to Bethesda and back compat. Just a lot going on. Fun week, though. Fun week. So we appreciate you. We'll be back next week for episode 291 of Defining Duke and Xbox podcast. Who knows what we get then? It's been some good news lately. We're going to have to keep Brad away. So we'll see. That was the main reply I got on the back compat tweet. Was like someone said, just keep Brad away for a little while.
Yeah. That's bad. I was like, yeah, it's gonna be a while for you.
I see my drag a curse in because I'm gonna be on Summon Sign.
No, I was on Summon Sign. I started already. I was on Summon Sign this week. I was on Summon Sign. So we are marked safe as of 7/22. Let's see what 7/23 brings. Yeah. Let's see what tomorrow brings. Let's see
what the Halo reviews do.
Oh yeah. But I don't consider that. I don't consider that curse yet.
Yeah.
We need like a rake studio or something, something crazy.
Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate you. We'll be back next week. Until then, take good care of yourselves.
Hashtag. We did a hashtag.
Holy shit.
What we hashtag?
I almost forgot, DD.
Almost forgot.
Whoops. I almost Todd Howard you guys, bro. I was like, that franchise you guys want? Yeah. Ugh. I'm always reading. I always see you guys want the hashtag every episode. It's just, I like when you guys miss the hashtag a bit. That's it. So I almost forgot, DD. At G7 Status, at Lord Cognito. Use the YouTube comment section. This is a real test because people who thought we were signing out were already getting ready to X out and all that stuff. So we'll see how many people actually catch this one. We'll talk to you all real soon. Until then, peace out.
Peace.
Defining Duke, an Xbox podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is recorded from the United States of America. The show is conceived by Matthew Mr. Matty Plays Schroeder and me, Colin Moriarty, and is written and produced by Matthew Schroeder. Matty's co-host is Barry Lord Cognito Eversley. Defining Duke's executive producer is Dustin Furman. All of Last Stand's theme music is by Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand Media's shows, including Defining Duke, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer support level on Patreon, and we're thankful for your kindness and generosity.